Yeah, I got friends who wanna catch up on old times, but that just makes me feel ashamed to be me. Yeah, I got friends who wanna relive the past and deify memories, and they just scream to me that if you don't die young, you gotta live too long. If you don't die young, you gotta live too long. You gotta live too long. On the stoop of the apartment next to my shitty job, an old friend passed me on the street today. Hey, I said hello and tried to catch up on old times. She walked the other way, and maybe it seems to scream that if I got cancer or somebody shot me, I'd be like a child or something, asking doctors to do me favors, to cross my fingers and hope it gets better. Like a broken record, I seem to scream that if you don't die young, you gotta live too long. Yeah, if you don't die young, you gotta live too long. Drunk in a foreign ocean and trying to wrap my head around problems, and all my bitterness just seemed passe.
What a thing to come back to.
Because I realized
Good
as soon
afternoon,
as I
everybody.
said it, how long
Hope you're
it
good.
took to swim from Jones Beach to Indonesia. Maybe you're waiting on a call from me. And maybe you're working in a crowded restaurant, and you know all these got a life so fucked up if you don't know what happened. Just like you saw me working at some restaurant in Paris, 'cause my life was just so fucked up, and I don't know how it happened. need to perform. Hands on our bodies gonna keep us feels warm. We need social reform cause we're just so criminal. Linguist subliminal, damage is minimal. Top percentile, largest fraction. Massive attraction, going action. Stop that, I'm gonna need a reaction. Drop that, you already got your reaction. Me, I'm gonna keep on smiling. You're gonna need restyling. I got a quote back from the jeweler. You're getting 20% cooler. Yeah, own this beat. You can call me the king or the ruler. Filling on bass, get horse in the mic. We're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller. It's time to wrap this up. We're getting 20% cooler. We're getting 20% cooler.
use that triple designator and I don't think they're on my level like a rebel in a bunker getting shot with a mortar. Bump up and down cause I think you're order. Place your hand on my thigh, don't be coy, I can hear you sigh. Grinding your hips, I'll be flashing my pink and in 10 seconds flat, you'll be back with a drink. Whoa, bring out the Bacardi. Swing that sparkle up in the party, stop that. Like a phone in a cold war room on the third floor, knocking on my front door. Me, I'm kind of a rarity. You, work that dexterity. Lean back now, here's what I meant. Get caught up by 20%. Yo, it's me. You can call me a king or a ruler. Filling on bass, getting horse in the mic. We're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller. It's time to wrap this up. We're getting 20% cooler. 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 You own this beat. You can call me the king or the ruler. Filling on bass, getting horse in the mic. We're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller. It's time to wrap this up. We're getting 20% cooler.
Good afternoon, everybody. How is everyone doing? I am back from my trip. I'm back. I returned to you. Oh, fucking hell, guys. How was the trip? The trip was really good. I saw lots of friends. I saw family. My dad out to lunch. Really good. Found this really nice Italian place, which was just lovely. And yeah, chilled out. It was really nice. I was chilling with Indigo. We were watching films and things. He did some like filming for me for this upcoming video. I don't know if any of it's going to be any usable or good. We'll see. He's like, it's really like my process for making videos. I don't know how conducive it is to filming like on the spot randomly, but we'll see. We'll see. I'll get it in if I can. I'll get it in if I can. So well rested enough for torture. Yeah. Well, I got back like a few hours ago, and I was like, I can go live tonight, but I will probably be so dead. There's no way I'm gonna fucking read an entire 320-page document. So let's get. I was like, let's get started. Fuck it. We'll just get into it. We'll learn it. We'll learn about the fucking Gooner death of Pyrocynical. It'll be great. Future Nightmares with the 5. Beckett, would you win in a fight if you had to fight Jar and Professor Dreadlock after a fusion dance? Yeah, absolutely. What are you talking about? I destroy them. I've just got an image. If they fusion danced, it would be like horrific, wouldn't it? it'd be like a fucking bloodborne creature, but like, oh no, it wouldn't. You know, like Demon Souls. You know, the last boss in Demon Souls is like the actual old king, and it's just like it can barely attack you or do anything. It just sort of crawls on the ground. Yeah, that's what their fusion would be like. Page Docky, is that what we're doing? Google Docky. So it should be clear as well that I don't remember much of the Pyrocynical drama. So I believe this happened when I was away from the internet anyway. So a lot of this is going to be new to me. Are you wearing that gay scarf? No, I'm not. Not currently. And I'm not in the fucking footage that we filmed either. Thank you for the 5, Teddy. Midgematic with the 5. Tithe payment. The children hunger for the slop. So true. Meltman with the 5. Beckett's power is infinite. Yeah, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's reasonable, okay? Pyro versus Parlo is pre-trans on pre-trans violence. Holy fuck, bro. I mean, look. Obviously, this document's written by Parlo, and I do know about Parlo. I nearly did a video on him. So Parlo's a freak all in his own right, and is just like, dude, I can't believe they made this fucking document. We need to contact Jar. He is a pyro expert. Holy shit, guys. So yeah, I feel like I went away, and then everything started to happen. It got like super busy all of a sudden. There's stuff going on in Kick with Ice Poseidon, and that involves Lav Loon. I love a bit of Lav Tent. So that's pretty interesting. There's some stuff that's come out about Doodle Tones. We might take a look at that if I need a little break. Now look, this document is fucking long. So I have come prepared. There is enrichment, okay? But you have to reach the goal for enrichment, okay? If you want dinosaur video, while we're doing this, you have to hit the goal. That's the rule, okay? So it's there. I'm literally tempting you early on. I'm tempting you early on. You still have to watch that one Doodle video. Yeah, I was thinking of doing the 3-hour state of the community video by Doodles and the like 13-minute George stream all in one stream. Maybe even tomorrow. We might do some Doodle tent. Why are you flashing it like jingling keys? You know why. Dino Nookies now. Thank you on it with the 5. Fucking hell, guys. Hey, Pinker. I hope you guys are good. I hope you guys have had a fantastic week. As you can probably tell, I feel very rested. I watched. I saw Alien Earth, like the two episodes of Alien Earth, which are really good. Alien Earth is like fucking great. I was really surprised. I thought it'd be trash. Alien Earth is actually really fucking good. Like, dude, it is Alien Earth may actually be better than any of the Alien movies after 2. It may be the best Alien, like, content since Alien 2. It's crazy. And I also saw Nosferatu. Nosferatu is fucking incredible. I was so surprised. Nightmare with a 5. You could say the document is very inflated. It's almost ready to burst. That's why Pyro heard about it right away. So true. Dude. Has anyone asked Colossal his opinion yet? Rain with a 5. Psh, easy. Do you forget how greedy we are for stickers? So true. I got given IRL stickers by my friend. It's on the back of my phone now. He printed me stickers. I was like, oh, that's cool. That's cool. Thank you, buddy. Oh, fuck. Okay. So the way I've got this set up, the way I've got this Google Doc set up is you can only see a bit of it. I can see more of it than you. And that way, if anything insane comes out of it, if there's anything that's going to be crazy that happens, then I'll see it beforehand and can censor it. I can bring up my little... I should have like set this beforehand, shouldn't I? Where's my little sensor thing? There we go. We'll bring up the sensor for it. I'll show that on YouTube. Oh no. And therefore, you will not have to see the degeneracy that I have to be subjected to, okay? 320 pages, that's like 23 Dark Vipers. True. Does Colossal even still make content? Not really. Not really. He's occasionally around, I hear, but not really. I think he's just out living his life, doing cool things. And who can blame him, okay? Who can blame him? Imagine spending your Saturday afternoon and talking about Pyrocynicals, Gooner history. Holy shit. Pyro should always be censored. I mean, like, dude. Okay, so I've heard about this doc. I hear it's a bit of a nothing burger, a giant nothing burger. That's what I've been told ahead of time. But is that the reality? Is there something here? Because apparently there are new allegations. Now, as somebody who doesn't even really know the old allegations, this could get very interesting. So chat will have to help me figure out what the fuck is going on, because my general understanding is that Pyro did ERP stuff with like some French girl or some shit who was massively underage. They were like 13, 14. This all was brought to light through Turkey Tom, and then Keemstar went very hard, and Keemstar got some of the details wrong, and that allowed Pyro to get away with it. Is that broadly speaking the story? Am I on base there, guys? Rain with the 5. Look, Beckett, I need something to chop cabbage to, so chop, get to it, streamer boy. Thank you, Rain. Jesus Christ, imagine just cooking to this. I think it's a little absurd people are calling it a nothing burger. Yeah, well, as I say, I haven't read it, so I could be wrong. I mean, I could find something in this where I'm like, this is appalling. Fuck the doc. I mean, that's my general understanding. But he was young. Okay, I'm gonna have a cigarette quickly first before we get started. Shake my little cigarette packet. Fucking dude. Parlo just drags on for 100 pages, but then it gets interesting. Okay, great. Fucking dude. This is just novel length. She does not look crazy. How you doing, MLS? That French girl shit, I think you will. Okay. No, not really. Tom talked about it and made a doc, which Pyro talked about in his response, but it was mainly him talking to a 15-year-old to 16-year-old doing furry inflation roleplay. How old was Pyro at the time? How old was Pyro at the time? Like, what, 19? I don't smoke, but this stream might make me start. Well, Beckett, you can skip a lot of the extra stuff. I just went through some of it. When we say extra stuff, what are we talking about? Okay. Listen, okay, so what's my reason for doing this? Let's actually just be honest for a second, okay? So part of the reason that I'm even doing this at all, and this is why we're not skipping anything, by the way. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Because I got sent something. I need to find who sent it to me. I got sent something. God, who the fuck sent this to me? I need to find it again now. What the fuck? I got sent something by somebody, which was Pyro responding to this. Dark Viper voice, 300 pages. True, Manish. Thank you for the membership at 2 months at Coping. Much appreciated. Yeah, so Pyro, like, Pyro said most people, the vast majority of people, will not have read this. It was you? Okay. Good. Let's go and bring this up quickly. Did you send it to me? I can't see it, Falgy. Fuck. Falgy is lying to me? I sent it to you, did you? I can't see it. I can't see it anywhere, Falgy. First 100 pages is set up, then it gets good trust. Okay, Minimatic. Thank you for the 5. Well, basically, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't know why I'm even bothering looking. So, Pyro said that most people will have not read this document. Okay, cool. How do you send it to me? Okay. This.
Okay.
Because during this, we're not going to watch the whole thing. Pyro says that most people will have not read this document, and he's right. I agree with him. So we are going to sit here and go through all 320 pages. The non-cynical empire collapsing. Thank you, Mizuki, with the 5. I think that it is fair to say that most people will not have read this. So I'm doing the legwork, so there can be no excuses. If Pyro is innocent, or if people don't care, I don't know what the fuck I'd care about. But we are doing this, and also, it's easy content to come back to. Shock, Mouth, you're going to read all 320 pages. I am going to read all 320 pages, Shock. How you doing, bro? How you doing? Fucking Mitch chilling out in chat. Nice to see you, buddy. Nice to see you. He loved Brom's Beckett so much, that's why he couldn't find it. Fuck's sake. Thanks, guys. If a sad can fall, so can Pyro. Okay, true. True. I'll go home. I'll go have my sleep and come back, and you'll still have 80 pages to go. Yeah, I mean, listen. If Connor can do the fucking reading the whole Alice document, I can do this, right? Beckett's getting more and more deranged as time passes. That's true. Okay. Working on that sticky, silly sticker animation. Oh, based, dude. I love a good sticker animation. A-Space with 10. Whoa. True. Thank you for the 10. I was literally just waiting for someone to do that so I could do this. Thank you guys so much. I have missed you all. Okay, you guys are super based. Thanks. Thanks for not forgetting me. It's good to be back. It's good to be back and chilling out. Okay. There'll be many more stickers. Many more stickers to come. Let me just get chat on screen. Okay. Let me get chat on screen. And then we can get started. We can get started. And the next goal, okay, I haven't put it in it, but the next goal gets you dinosaurs, okay? The next goal will get you dinosaurs. And you can have your enrichment, chat. So dumb. It's so... What is wrong with me? Where did I put my chat thing? Chat. There we go. I updated OBS. And now I don't know where the fuck anything is. Okay. So I'm just being real with you. I'm just being real. Okay. Cool. We ready? Everyone good? You are my audiobook as I grind Dawn Trail. Based, Arcani. Let's go. Listen. Also, just final bit of housekeeping. I know a lot of you are now playing Final Fantasy XIV. I was not able to play while I was away because I got locked out of my account. I'm now no longer locked out of my account. And I will be playing much more Final Fantasy XIV. Probably after this stream, actually. I may even go live again for a members stream just playing Final Fantasy XIV. Okay? Fuck. And I have a new fucking video in the works as well. So, okay, cool. A space with a 2. Thoughts? I have none so far. No thoughts or anything. Look out. Locked out of your account. What a boomer. It's fucking, dude. Final Fantasy is not like user friendly for some of this shit. It's fucking weird. It's like does not make it helpful. Okay, cool. We ready? Let's go. Archive this document and please share it. Use Catboy and Internet Catbox and Internet Archive. I need to put this somewhere where it's easy to read. Catbox and Internet Archive will copy the document. This document contains new information and debunks Pyrocynical's initial response. This document comprehensively goes over numerous allegations of Pyrocynical nail inappropriately. Am I pronouncing it right? Is it Nell? Is it Nell? Whatever. Inappropriately engaging with 10+ minors while he was an adult, some who are significantly younger than himself, discussing sexual fetishes, sending pornography to minors, which is illegal, sending fetish content, and even discussing real-life sexual topics, while also addressing Neil's is it Neil? Neil, okay. Neil's long history of lies and manipulation to downplay his actions. This document substantiates many of these allegations. This document proves that Pyrocynical continued to engage in sexual erotic roleplay, ERP, with a 16-year-old boy named Ivory Ramos while he was 20, until they were 17 and he was 21, while knowing their age. Okay, if that's true, that's pretty bad. Fuck. Okay. That's a tall accusation. This is all gross, but did he call himself an engineer? Oh, dude, I completely missed that fucking crash out with the whole kind of like has harmful opinions and Nicandros overplayed the hand. I'm like, well, probably a little bit. Oh, come on. Like, Beckett is good at pronouncing words. No, Ash, Ace, why are you doing this to me? Why must you bully me, Ace? So fucking cruel. It's Neil like Mile. Nile? Wait, it's Nile? His name is Nile? Okay, cool. Nile, like the river. You could just say like the river. I'm going to mute the E word. Call me Ash. Listen, I've been traveling for like 6 hours, okay? I traveled for 6 hours and then I came and booted a stream up. No respect. Okay. Fuck. Pyrocynical engaged in sexual discussions and had continued to send furry pornography to Ivory from 2017 spanning to 2018, which is illegal, admitting to masturbating to not safe for work art of minor Sona, and also discussing the idea of commissioning not safe for work art and fetish art of their Sonas. This was all after he was proven to know that they were 16. Pyrocynical and Ivory also discussed aspects of their sex life. This was after Pyrocynical had reasonable suspicion to believe he was a minor. The document will also... Okay, what the fuck do we mean, reasonable suspicion? Document also categorically debunked the misinformation surrounding Ivory Rasmus, lying about his age and meeting Pyrocynical in an 18+ RP server, as both claims are untrue and have been proven false. Kick in with the 50. It's lovely to have you back. I'm doing the weekly challenge in the crypt of the Necrodancing, hoping that listening to you will keep me from dying. Listen, I am here to help. I'm about to lose my fucking mind and I blame Beckett for it. Hey, listen, that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. Also, I nearly just set fire to my hand. That's less than ideal. Okay. Fuck. This document will prove that Pyrocynical was on Twitter during the time period that he claims he was not, and was actively engaging with Ivory Rasmus's tweets, proving his plausible deniability alibi to be false, and proving that he actively lied to cover himself. This document will also cover numerous red flags that Niall probably knew Ivory was underage long before he claims. Okay. Due to Ivory telling Pyrocynical he was at school and would have needed to use a fake ID to get into an 18+ bar, with Pyrocynical even referring to Ivory as a child and small boy. Fucking Christ. Dude. Promised my chat to react to a Crew's 9-hour video in one stream. I'm dying back. Okay, well, didn't you get... Imagine charging only $50 to react to the FCK Maxim. It's weak. That's weak. Could have at least got 150, bro. This document will cover how Pyro dated a girl named Luana when she was 14 years old, while he was 18 in 2015, and stated he would wait for her to turn 16, the age of consent in the UK, to then engage in a proper sexual relationship with them. This document also covers numerous examples of Pyro lying about the relationship he had with Luana and lying about the age gap to manipulate his fan base. Okay, what was the verdict on this, by the way? He also got 150 subs. Okay, that's pretty good. Dude, no one ever gives me 150 subs. That's crazy. 150 subs? That's insane. Who gave that? Unbelievable. Fauci said he would, and then he received 150 subs to watch it at 1.5 speed, no pauses. No pauses? No, you have to pause. You have to pause and talk about it. Fauci, you have to give analysis of the FCK, okay? You need to explain it. You can't just sit there and watch the video for fucking 4 hours, or however long it is. Is it 9 hours? Is it really 9 hours? 150 subs for 150 lurkers, true. You were on break, we got the donation, jitters. That's the next 50 gifted, Jesus Christ. Okay. Is this true? Is this like true? Like, what was the actual age gap between the two of them? Because I'll be honest with you, 14 to 18 is fucking crazy. Like, dude, how did he get away with this? Is that the actual age gap? Are you going to say react harder? Yes, I am. Becky skipped a dono, did I? Hold on. Oh, sorry, Zeke with the 2. I can't pronounce that. Fuck. Why would you do that? Why would you do that to me? Thank you, Zeke, for the 2. Hey, 8 Space with the gifted 10 Cope and Seed memberships. Much appreciated. 07 in the chat. Thank you, buddy. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Super, super, super fucking based. Okay. Oh, okay. This document will cover how Pyro was much closer to Ida and Ivory than he claims in his response video, and also allegedly commissioned Ida when they were 16 to 7 years old at the time to create not safe for work furry fetish art while he was 19 to 20. In regards to the timeline, it lasted long after they were a minor. In reference to the multiple other allegations of how Pyrocynical sexually messaged minors significantly younger than himself when he was an adult, the allegations goes as follows. Pyrocynical allegedly sent furry fetish content to and discussed sexual fetishes with a 15-year-old girl when he was 19 in late September of 2016. Pyrocynical allegedly sent not safe for work images and allegedly sexually messaged Trippy Fox, a 15-year-old fan associate of his, in 2016 when Niall would have been 18/19. Pyrocynical allegedly sent not safe for work images to a 15-year-old fan of his, which he followed named Turk in December 2015 while he was 18. Pyrocynical allegedly discussed not safe for work fetish art and exchanged fetish art with Assault, who was 16 and an associate of his, in October 2017 when he was 20. Pyrocynical allegedly sent furry fetish content to a 16-year-old fan named Ken while he was 19 during December 2016. Oh, Pyrocynical allegedly groomed a 15-year-old when he was 19 and had them make fetish art for him. What? Okay. If these are true, is he cooked? Surely he's fucking cooked, right? If this is true, this is fucking... So one of the things that I've heard about Pyro... Hey, Nicandros, how you doing, bro? One of the things that I've heard about all of this, and Pyro generally, is that he'll engage with, like, literally anybody. Oh, why is Fauci phoning me? Okay. Falgy.
Hello, Fred. I called into because you're asking questions of your chat, and I recently went over this. And shout out to Toastify, who also gave me a lot of details as well. So from what I understand, at the time, there are two big quote unquote fuck ups with the Pyrocynical and how he, in my opinion, absolutely got away with it. Number one is the reception around Turkey Tom's video, as well as Turkey Tom making a Google Doc, making a timeline of the allegations between Ivory and Pyro. At the time, from what I can tell, that type of thing was very frowned upon on a creator making a Google Doc for somebody else's allegations. Now, it's a little different now. The Google Docs have obviously looked more favorably, specifically sometimes too favorably, as well as if creators make one, it's not as bad as it used to be. So that was the big thing against against Tom, as well as an illusion, because all streamers, all we do is hyperbole. He connected Pyrocynical to an individual called Red Kiwis, who got away with, I think, having sex with a minor, like legitimately so, and like nobody gave a fuck for a period of time. So like he literally was like, hey, here's this pedophile, and who got away with it. It's a lot like Pyro right now, even though it's a false equivalence, because they're not like one-to-one the same. Think of your Jar and Coyote Lovely narrative. How about that? There we go. Since a little bit of instant. The other thing is Luann, aka Lou, aka the French girl. Because from my understanding, how it worked, because I watched Toastify's video on it, Keemstar does an interview with her. And it's like during this time where Keem and Pyro are fighting, and he keeps lowering the girl's age every time. And there is an actual reason why. She started at 15 and she goes as low as 13. There's a reason why with the French girl stuff. But specifically what happens is Keem, from my understanding, gets on with this girl as she starts leveraging allegations against another creator named Vagabond. And it was like, but this isn't about Pyro. What the fuck are you talking about? Here's how it all makes sense, because it's going to be referenced in this document. When it comes to the French girl, Pyro had a group of creator friends or cohorts, whatever you want to fucking call them, in Europe. And it would consist of Vagabond, as well as an individual named Ancient Reality. And Lou is very important because this 14, 15, 13-year-old French girl somehow dated all of them. Pyro seems like it was the shortest amount of time and nothing happened, but Pyro is in the DMs saying, oh, I'll wait till you're X age being the age of consent in his or her country, because 15 is the age of consent in France. Obviously, 16 is the age of consent in the UK, which is something he will harp on even in his response video with Ivory. The other thing is that somehow, when all of these allegations about the French girl came out, Pyro's like, oh yeah, I know who she is. She had sex with Vagabond at 19 when she was like 14, 15, and there's actual medical documentation proof of that. To which no one went, why do you know this? Why do you have medical proof of a minor like being sexually assaulted by an adult? Also, and even crazier, there's Ancient Reality, who sexually abused this same girl, taught her how to self-harm, and he would make her lie to her parents about his age, and he would lie to his parents about her age. And Pyro's excuse was, well, I didn't really speak about it at the time because I thought they were the same age. I thought they were both 15. Here's the even crazier part about that nobody fucking puts together. I'm losing my mind right now. I'm sorry I'm like front-loading you with information.
It's fine.
But then his excuse is, oh, well, I didn't know the age. This guy was like fucking 21, 22 when he was dating a 15-year-old. Like a 14, 15-year-old, right? And he was sexually abusing her, like legitimately so. So you're telling me that they were all okay with him because he leaked a penis picture of himself when he reached a certain subscriber goal. So you're telling me Pyrocynical was okay with a 15-year-old leaking a dick pic of himself? Or using sex toys in his videos? Because that's what he would do. He would use sex toys. He also had a video of him masturbating on a fucking Minion toy.
Wait, the 15-year-old?
And he published it.
Wait, the 15-year-old?
But this is Pyro's excuse. He thought Ancient Reality was the same age as the French girl who was 15. Ancient Reality was in his 20s. That's where the excuse doesn't make any sense. An 18, 19-year-old Pyrocynical is like, oh, well, I thought they were the same age. But here's all this other stuff. So, like, it doesn't make any sense. Why would you be okay with this? You knew that this guy was like this. Why is this okay? Like, nobody stopped him from doing this? And there's other things like he would suicide bait this minor, he would suicide bait friends allegedly, all this stuff. Toastify's video is really, really good on it. I don't know if you've gotten a chance to watch it. At one time, he tries to hack into the girl's account, as well as tries to fuck with Toastify's other account, like potentially Toastify's account, and like starts deleting everything when he hears people are looking at the story. But again, what the fuck is happening? Because Pyro's in the background being like, yeah, I had this information the entire time. Like, what the fuck?
Okay.
And then when it comes to his stuff, a lot of what I can see, again, I don't necessarily blame people, but a lot of people in his orbit, and I know specifically Colossal, swept for him. They read the DMs in his response video jokingly. What's never shown is the pictures that he sends, because he deleted his side of the messages. But you'll see in this document, Ivory, who was 15, then 16 at the time, actually 17, because this continues from 15 to 17, these types of conversations. You see him responding to images that Pyro is sending him. Be like, ooh, thick boy. Ooh, I'd gas him up, because, you know, the furry fetish bullshit. And in his response video, Pyro says, oh, this wasn't sexual, but it opens it saying, now everyone knows what I masturbate to. And he got away with it because his fans were also crazy. They put it, I personally think he got away with it. Now, this document is fucking bonkers, but yeah, that's my personal opinion.
What's bonkers about the document before I get into it?
Okay. There's a lot of like non sequiturs, in my opinion, that don't need to be there. Multiple times in the document, Parlo will link to an age calculator that separates Pyro's and Ivory's ages.
Oh yeah, I saw.
So if Pyro is if let's say Ivory is 15 and 6 months, I think the illusion would be like Pyro is 20 and 3 months, which is like that's too much in my personal opinion. I think you can just state the ages. You can put the date of births and all that stuff. I also feel like he does a lot of over explaining. Like, we can see the messages. You don't need to re-explain the message again. You don't need to re-give context. You see the message, you could be like, listen, these series of messages are Ivory responding to him and all this stuff. There's also allegations of his ex-partner at the time, Ida. I don't know if they're still dating. Stealing from fans. I don't understand why that's important at all. Parlo also does the thing where he's trying to attack the pillars of credibility within Pyro's response video. I think it's kind of needless in my personal opinion. Because I do believe there's enough evidence, because one of the major things when I was reacting to it for the first time the other day was Ivory will at one point tell him that he's 16, either through like his Twitter profile or outright later on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pyro never stops and thinks to himself, I was flirting with this person when they were 15. I was sending sexual images to them when they were 15. I should feel disgusted by that. But he doesn't. And I think part of the reason why is that he's already flirted with a 15-year-old when he was 18, which would have been the French girl. Because why do you offhand know all the age of consents in the different European nations? Or even in the US? Because it is revealed that 16 would have also been the age of consent in Ivory State, which is presumably to be Pennsylvania. Which it doesn't matter, because age of consent internationally is 18. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I mean, fucking dude, fuck.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the thing. That's what's so frustrating. Personally, that's what's really frustrating about this document. You need to actually watch all these videos to understand where the document is coming from. He tries to re-explain it, but it doesn't really re-explain the holes in the logic when they connect to it. Also, there's multiple times where he'll reference the response video, and it's not linked correctly. So like it's just like, oh, at this timestamp, you click on it, it doesn't go to the timestamp, which fucking infuriated me.
Oh yeah, I bet. Okay. 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 Oh, okay. I will read through this document. I'm sure chat can point out random things as well. And my brain can try and like, dude, this is such a fucking mess. I mean, what are we talking about in relation to like what he actually sent to minors? What are we talking about as like porn? Because what I've heard about Pyro is that Pyro would just like ERP with anybody, right?
It's not just ERP. From what so there's some images I believe we can see from Pyro, but my whole thing is my biggest critique you keep adding to the doc. Fuck you, Samuel.
Thank you for the two,
what are the
No, I think that's actually true. A big critique he keeps adding to the
Yeah.
Yes, don't do that. That's
No,
really
it
fucking
is.
annoying.
Well, stop. Well, because this is supposed to be a video, and he released this early.
Why?
I don't fucking know. I think it's because he's going through his own shit right now, from what I hear. Which I know Parlo's got his own dramas.
Yeah, they were fucking
Parlo's got his
massive.
own shit.
Parlo's a lunatic.
Yeah. So, what was your original question? I just forgot because I was about to say it.
So what's the actual like? Okay, so is this actually like?
Oh,
so
okay,
what's the
furry
allegation of
fetish stuff.
grooming? Like, what's he actually sending to me?
EPI. A lot of the allegations are EPI, early pornography indoctrination. So
I refuse to call that a word. So it's basically it's grooming.
Yeah,
Okay,
but it's like specifically if we're highlighting what it is, it's that. Now, from what I can tell from this document, none of this extends past the age of 21. So I am out loud saying I don't think Pyrocynical is a pedophile. I personally want to say this because it feels like he's going to run with that narrative that people are calling him a pedophile, and no one, in my opinion, should. Is he gross? 100%. Is it weird that he is like checking the age of consents in different European countries and the US? Yeah, that's fucking bizarre. Is some of it maybe post hoc, some of it may be the other thing. It's just really weird.
Yeah, okay, but I think part of the problem is, and this is like where everyone's thoughts are going to go, is has he just become more careful?
So that's the argument. Has he become more careful? To my understanding, there's nothing that. So this is the only way that would be true is if somebody comes out after this doc. That is after these time frames, straight up, because all this other stuff, the new people that are coming out are of that same time frame when he was 18 to about 21. That's like that's the factor. Is I can't say that with certainty, and I don't like. Again, I said this too when I was reacting to it. What I don't see specifically, what I saw from Cinnabear, if we're just going to highlight that for a second, Cinnabear constantly makes Eno's age a point of fetishization, constantly referring Eno as a baby, highlighting the fact that they're younger. Even I think at one time highlighting the fact that they're like going to school, like early school, shit like that. Like there is an actual Cinnabear is highlighting specifically that they are a child. Pyro, from what I've seen in the messages, outside of calling him like a small boy or some shit like that, or kiddo, there's no like hyperfixation on the age or age play. And that's like again, is it an opportunistic thing? Potentially. But like, I don't want to put that label because that's what I feel like fucked up the first time around. is people were calling him a pedophile, and he was able to swat that away
Sure.
because the general public didn't, and his friends didn't see him as a pedophile.
Yep. Okay. Okay. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll start pouring through it. Go have fun doing the
Yeah.
FCK Maxim.
I'm going to actually explode. I'm going to push it back just a little bit because I got to do something. But fuck yourself. Welcome back, you fucking twink.
Oh, fuck me. Okay, also, Benjamin with the 5. Pyrocynical appears to like them young and naive, just like Pirate Software likes them with curly tails and creamsicle colored. Jesus Christ, guys. Oh, okay. It's going to be long, isn't it? Oh. Pyrocynical. Let's continue. Fuck. Okay. We're on page 3. Pyrocynical was proven to have sent furry fetish content to and discussed sexual fetishes with a 15-year-old boy named Saku. When he was 19, Pyrocynical then also went on to send fetish content to 2 16-year-olds in a group chat with Saku. While he was 19 in February 2017. Okay, so here's what we're going to do with some of this shit. Good luck trying to get through the document. Pyro's little 4-minute aggravating response. Okay. Oh, it's just like, okay, FK. Okay, here's what we're going to do with this. We are going to read through it. We are not going to pass judgment because there is a lot here that I don't know how much I trust Parlo as well. This is one of the big things. I don't know how much, like, I might be missing context. We are not going to pass immediate judgment on some of this shit, okay? Finally managing to catch Dicker's stream. So true. Listen. Why do you think I have the avatar? It's because Dickers have been, like, basically doing Beckett's streams for him. He's paying me. Thanks for the 2. Because there's like, it's really difficult with, I hate age gap arguments. Here's where I said, I was actually talking to somebody else about this earlier today, because somebody came to ask me something about another fucking drama that's being relitigated. But like, here's where I sit with this stuff. This is just me personally. Future Nightmare Games with 2. That was an inflated info dump. Pyro is moist now, Jesus Christ. Here's where I sit with things. It's about the maturity curve. I don't like age gap arguments. I think that if you're like, I don't know, you see these things where it's like, this person's 18 and they dated a 13-year-old, but that's only a 4-year difference. I'm like, what? Or a 5-year what? So, oh, it's school age. It's a school age difference. No. I'm sorry. I don't know about where the fuck you guys went to school, but if somebody at my school was like fucking 18 dating a 13-year-old, that would be seen as incredibly fucked up. Okay? That's a weird thing to do. That would make you a freak. So I don't like doing it this way. There are a lot of fucking accusations here. So I don't want to start doing like, ooh, let's litigate each fucking age gap. Dude, I'm just like, what? Dating in high school was 2 years age diff max. Yeah, I mean, like, I find this shit really fucking bizarre to hear because, like, from my perspective in the UK, it's like we have something called sixth form. So you have like lower school, secondary school, and sixth form. And sixth form, you're in from like just like end of 16, turning 17 to 18, basically, kind of thing. And the idea of somebody in sixth form dating somebody in like year 10, like 8 or year 9 or year 10, very fucking creepy and weird. I do not know why we're like pretending it's otherwise. So like people kind of just like sweep this away, and I'm just like, no guys, no, this is weird. And the idea that because like even with like 17-year-olds, they're like, well, 17-year-olds are still minors. I'm like, yeah, that doesn't mean they're like clinically retarded. A 17-year-old is easily mature enough to know that dating a 14-year-old is fucking weird and wrong. Like, people get caught up on the semantics of the word, like, of calling people pedophiles and stuff.
like, if you want to be like, oh, it's ebophilia, or it's like, you can just be like, it's wrong, guys. You can just be like, that is a weird fucking thing to do. And also, let's take some stuff aside. When we're talking about online drama like this, we're talking about people who aren't in school together. We're talking about people who are like just meeting online. They've got no connection beyond a fucking Discord account. Dude, I'm just like, no. But we're not going to litigate the ages. That's where I stand. If I'm looking at this being like, that's fucked up, anybody is free to disagree with me. I might think you're a fucking weirdo if you do that, right? Okay? Okay. ZM Punk with the 20. There's no message, but thank you very much. If you wanted to give a message and it got deleted, I'm really sorry. But please enjoy these stickers. Space Station with the 2. Back to rewatching Legion. DM me if Niall buys rope. Jesus Christ, guys. I just wanted to correct what said. ERP isn't really a direct thing. It's a term used for environments that normalize corn to minors. It's not directly related to grooming. Yeah, I mean, erotic roleplay is generally an MMO term. Disagree. 17-year-olds are retarded. I mean, they can be retarded, but like, dude, there's fucking limits, right? Thanks for the 2. Oh, sorry. We're talking about EPI. Okay. I'm with you. I've never heard the phrase EPI before. I'm very confused. As a Brit, yes, 16 years age of consent, but an 18-year-old taking advantage is nonce behavior. I mean, yeah, you definitely start calling, like, I wouldn't refer to somebody being called a nonce as the same as calling someone a pedophile, right? Like, you say something's noncy. It's like, we know what it means, but it's not like it's not the hard P word. Do you know what I mean? Okay, you have also chat earned enrichment. Okay? So we are going to put on enrichment for you. That was very quick. I'm very pleased. Very pleased. Well done. Well done. Here, have your enrichment. Okay? A little enrichment for you. It's a dinosaur video. Me in the corner, so you don't go completely fucking crazy. And I'll reset the goal. I will reset the goal. This is going to be a really fucking long stream, isn't it? I can already tell. This is going to be one of those I'm going to kill myself streams. Oh, okay. Why are you blocking chat? Go block the chat. You're still getting chat on screen. I'll move up a bit. I'll give you more chat back, okay? Don't let me click on it. Why won't you let me click on chat? There we go. There we go. A bit more chat for you, okay? You get enrichment in the corner. It's okay, I'll come back from work and you'll still be streaming. I'm gonna cry. Dude, this shit is gonna give me a nervous breakdown. Yes, have the dyslexic read a 320-page document. I was really tempted, by the way, to sit here in silence reading it and just scroll every now and again. And just go, interesting. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, fuck. I should probably move this up a little bit, actually. Hold on. You can see the very top of that thing. Well, trying it. There we go. Oh, okay. Okay. Wouldn't even be mad. You guys just want my voice in the background. I know what we're here for. Okay. Where are we? Pyrocynical allegedly got a 14-year-old minor named Mew Boys to create fetishistic pornographic art for him on Skype when he was 19 in 2016. This is an allegation leveled by numerous knowledgeable individuals. What the fuck is that meant to mean? NC Krolidik, I can't pronounce, for the 5 dividing lines. Dividing age, 18 drinking age / uni. Any crossing of those lines is automatically suspicious, not guaranteed bad, but 50-50 at best. Yeah, I can see that. You should have Parlo on and ignore the deranged controversies and weird AGB femboy shit he's into. Dude, that fucking, like, I can't believe, because my understanding of the Parlo drama is he started a femboy thing that he stopped when he was 18. I was like, wait, shouldn't that be the other way around? What the fuck? Nightmare with the 2. I'll call Professor Dreadlock to read the doc for you, dude. We might have guest readers.
I'm so down for guest readers. That'd be really funny. Sorry, delayed. You're good. Okay. 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 Now, okay, here's... Oh, dude. I mean, that's... Okay, this is really bad, but again, did he know the age of the 14-year-old? Did he, like, how fucking reliable are these knowledgeable individuals? Pyrocynical is friends with Civ Morton, who was publicly making sexual jokes to a minor named Solid Sheep, who was significantly younger, 16, and then editing his face onto pornographic images while he was 21 in 2016. Oh, that's pretty bad. Pyro knew that Vagabonds, Meme Corp, a 19-year-old YouTuber, had sex with a 15-year-old and covered it up nonetheless and never publicly mentioned the name of the abuser. Jesus. The document will cover how Pyrocynical was close friends with Shelley, who was a self-admitted lolicon and prolific pedophile who had sex with a 15-year-old girl in Estonia when he was 19. Shelley also allegedly was in a relationship with another minor. This document will address how Pyrocynical knew that Luan, the 14-year-old girl he dated, was dating a 23-year-old man named Ancient Reality shortly after their relationship and did nothing to call the large age gap dynamic out regardless. Instead, Pyrocynical remained friends with him months after knowing about the relationship. What the fuck? Okay. Didn't Pyro say he would ERP pretty much anyone without carrying their underage or not? I mean, that was my understanding of other people who've spoken to me about Pyro over the last, like, 2 years. They're like, yeah, he just sort of messaged random people and was like, hey, guys, would you like a little ERP? Like, dude, I think a starting point should basically be that Pyrocynical is a filthy, disgusting, degenerate grooner who has, like, no self-fucking control, right? Age gap dynamic, yeah, that's a weird fucking way to put it, Nicandros. I don't disagree with you. A common counter argument would be Pyro should have asked. Yeah, okay, sure. I actually, okay, I completely agree with the Pyro should have asked, okay? But at the same time, we generally, I'm trying to be consistent here. In fact, I'm going to be consistent here. Generally speaking, you can say something's bad if he's done it, but, like, the stronger accusation of Pyro is actively seeking out minors requires more. Did that make sense, right? You can be like, hey, that's a bad thing to do, bro. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And you should have checked, but you should, yeah, fuck, my voice, man. That's technical issues. That's technical issues. Like, you should have checked is a very different accusation from, you know. Barb wants to join. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. I'm just going to phone her. I am calling her. I don't know if she'll pick up. I want to go in the guest room. Come on. I never use my Discord for anyone. Isn't not caring what age they are just as bad as actively seeking out minors? Okay, but there's a difference between not caring about the age and actively seeking, and, like, not checking, right? We're just talking about degrees. Talking about degrees. I am calling Barb. I don't know where the fuck she is. Like, I'm literally sat in a call right now. Okay, fine. I'll pull her onto live. Barb, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
I'm all right. I'm not too bad. I'm not too bad. I am procrastinating clearly with this document.
If you want, I definitely will be a popcorn reader just to add this on. When people discuss age gap relationships, so from the United States perspective, or I guess to give background in this, I helped write the IOC and USASF's and USA Gymnastics. I did a lot of very minor research. I was not one of the primary authors, but was involved in and around that. And for their under 23 teams, because they had a lot of problems with under 23 teams being 13 to 23 and having no idea how to tell kids to stop dating 13-year-olds just because they happen to be on each other's teams. The reason most states allow those 3-year age gaps is because through no fault of their own, they would be availing themselves of being around other kids younger than them by dint of high school or sports teams. So, when you're looking at age gap things, you need to remember that trying to normalize it in the context of it being all online is weird, because usually the reason that we okay things like that is almost always because of the fact that you're supposed to be around them in a big way. I don't know, either these weird chuckle fucks or however they were around one another. I think the math thing is very bizarre. I don't understand why they're doing anything like that. But in this context, is he not the one? Is Pyrocynical not the one setting up a whole smorgasbord of minors for himself?
Well, I mean,
If he's the one being the predator?
Well, here's the problem. Like, again, like, I think we look at this differently when it's a content creator, right? This isn't just people in your cohort. This is people who are like, I suppose the equivalent would be, let's say you've got like a fucking musician who's like a Disney musician or a Disney actor, and they're like 18, 19, and they've got an incredibly young fan base, and they start dating a fan from that fan base. Would anyone be like, oh yeah, that's fine?
No.
So I think that's where the issue comes in.
And nor should they. Oh, no, I think the issue comes in well, I have lots of issues and thoughts and feelings. What I don't understand is the desire to try and hide behind the age gap thing. Like, in the UK, do you recognize Romeo and Juliet laws?
That's a really difficult question because the age of consent here is 16. And
Jesus.
So, like, the way it generally works is to do with, like, so the age of consent in the UK is 16. But the way this stuff kind of works is like, so for example, if you're a teacher or somebody in a position of authority and you slept with somebody who was like 17, you'd still lose your job over it. Like, you'd still be like, I think like that would come under statutory, but this is all like legality, and I'm not a lawyer. And I think part of the problem is as well.
Contrary to popular belief, I am about to be barred in multiple states. So what I'm trying to understand, though, is the implication that Pyro knew they were underage, waited for them to become of age, and then pounced on them?
Well, I mean, for one person, but it's also the accusation that Pyro was knowingly engaging with people who were below the age of 16, sometimes apparently as young as 14, in sexual conversations and sharing sexually graphic content with these people when he was around 18, 19, up to 21.
What is wrong with it? First off, parents allowing kids to become online content creators? First off, throw them out the airlock. Second off, kids becoming content creators before, like JoJo Siwa as well. Throw all of them out in airlock. Let's just start fresh with 18-year-olds. Third off, what is wrong with what? Do they have managers or people around who could slap them and say, stop doing that shit, you're being weird?
Well, not really.
Where's an adult?
Well, like,
nothing like that?
Well, this is the problem with getting famous on the internet when you're like a kid, right?
Ugh.
Look at Lieutenant Corbis. Corbis was like a fucking...
I have no idea who that is.
He was a commentator who was like, how old was Corbis, guys? What, like 14 or something? Got very big and then went like, and basically got kind of directed by her brother, I believe it was, into making extreme far-right content. 13, yeah.
Yeah, I'm banning all of that. If I find out, honestly, when I'm president, everyone, here's a heads up. If I find out that you, as a parent, are allowing any of your kids to make money from the internet, you're going out in airlock. No question. Sorry about it. You're not allowed on my ship.
Okay.
Or anything else. I don't understand. But primarily, whenever people keep trying to use the desperate attempt of like, well, it's only a 3-year age gap. Yeah, if they were having classes together, it's still significantly different whenever you are two people who could, I guess, be occupying the same space online. However, first off, if and when one of these kids is actually honest about their ages, which is insane, because I've been 18 since I was 11 online. So I guess it's good that they're being honest about their ages. Why stop talking to them? Stop it right there. Just stop. Stop trying to think of like there being a 3-year age gap. Just full stop, and treat everything like, stop talking to anyone not under the age of 18. UK, you're weird for allowing 16 to be the age of consent. You're still in school at that point in time. Weird.
Okay,
All of
so
it.
I've been sent something about like a cross-party thing in the UK, which sort of like alludes to because like teachers have been told that they have to report sexual abuse, but basically they want exemptions for teenagers, like even a 17 and a 14-year-old is given the thing. Okay, so I should be clear. I think part of this is like, oh, dude, this is why the legal arguments can be really misleading, because
Wow.
Because the question isn't just the legality. The question is around like what's like sort of socially normal. And I think we do many things that can be illegal. For instance, smoking weed is illegal, but nobody's going to be like, you are fucking evil for smoking weed and you need to go to prison. No one thinks like that. At the same time,
Right.
You can have things which are legal, which we still go, well, it's a bit fucking weird, isn't it? It's like, you know, if we're in another country, if somebody's from the Middle East, it's like, yeah, you know, it was absolutely legal to report my sister for not wearing a hijab and have her in prison. No one's going to be like, well, she did break the law. So this is why I don't like the legal arguments, because they can like vary too much by countries, and sometimes it's like, well, if the only the thing we latch onto is legality, it's like, okay, do you think it was right for gay people to be castrated in the 1900s?
I'm not going to answer that, because I think you know that whenever I am speaking from a legality place, that I'm speaking with a present understanding and a present, like, I'm not going to do the historiography of law and whether or not it was okay at certain points, or whether or not we should be stoning women for the wrong.
Yeah, but this is why. And
while I hear that,
I think it's a valuable conversation, but I think it's also, it can be a real red herring that people like latch onto, as opposed to just going, I think that this thing, like by our own standard, like what we consider socially normal, or like the culture we're in, or whatever, or like even just a group social standard, is unacceptable. And that, I think, is like can be really useful for those of us who aren't lawyers, because essentially we're litigating different things.
so it's better to have it be an ethical or moral standard.
I don't even think it's ethical or moral. I think it's normative.
Normative. With
just
peace
from
and
a
love, it
commentator
seems like,
point of view.
well, no, I get that, but it seems like a lot of people online normatively want to be able to have sex with the youngest thing possible, and are finding a lot of ways to justify that to themselves. So I'm even
weird, but they're in the minority.
I'll read for you. I will just read for you. Let me pull up the document and I'll just read, because
Sure.
this is my opinion, not yours. My mistake. Is one of the okay, so this document was written by somebody who's clearly never been in school before. I don't understand why they're doing these math things. This is very bizarre. EPI is not an actionable term of art. I don't know what that's being brought up about. That's kind of weird, but you know, God bless, I guess. Is this one of the victims who wrote this document?
No.
Okay, definitely not.
No, the person who wrote this document is another YouTuber called Parlo. He's a Roblox YouTuber and has his own list of very weird controversies.
Wonderful. Roblox is in the game for babies.
Yeah.
I mean, it just makes my heart drop and feel sick to my stomach. Oh my God, I don't like that at all. I don't care for this. Sorry, I'm gonna pull it up slowly, it seems like. And allow all the dogs to pant. Where is the document? Is it on Twitter?
I can't send you a copy of it. I've only got a download. It's like knocking around. What I'll say is let me go through it. Let me go through it, and then you can give me a take while I'm going through, if you're listening.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Did she just dip on me? She did. I think she did. She did. Okay. Because Because at the moment we're front loading a lot of stuff on a document I haven't even fucking read. No, Bob's great. Bob's great. Bob's great. Be nice. Be nice. Play nice. Okay. Oh, fuck. Where are we doing? Okay. Okay. Right. Fuck, my computer. I'm back. I'm back. My computer started off. I was like, how long have we been going? Like an hour? Fuck. Ah. My computer froze. I live. I live. I live. Okay. I live. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Ooh. Based. Okay, 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 guys. It's gonna be hell. Right, anyway, what were we doing? What were we doing? We're on page 4, and we're an hour in, okay? This document will highlight Ida's egregious history of scamming thousands of dollars from clients and Pyrocynicals doing nothing to reimburse them. Ida has continued to not pay clients to this day. I literally don't care. And finally cover Pyrocynicals' interactions with pedophile artist Shadman over the course of July 2016 to 2018, after it was already known that he had drawn lolicon content and CSAM material. Okay, well, fucking dude, I don't want to talk about Shadman. Pyrocynical has managed to get away with his actions up until now by constantly lying to his fanbase in his response video and underplaying his behavior severely. Pyrocynical relies on his fanbase to harass victims and have them consistently excuse, belittle, and play down his actions. This document will call out members of his fans for attacking victims and will also debunk many of the false points used to defend Pyrocynical. The Ivory Rasmus situation. Oh, okay. Lurking to sleep. Thank you, Nightmare. I will catch you in a bit. Thank you, guys. Okay. Ivory Rasmus situation. People believe that Pyro never knew the age of Ivory during the time they messaged each other. This is false. Pyro admitted in his own response video that he apparently learnt of Ivory's age when she sent a Twitter link showing his profile, which showed that he was 16. As of July 5th, 2017, Pyro at the time would have been 20. And in the same video, he established that once apparently learning of his age, he continued to ERP with Ivory and sent him furry fetish pornography. Okay, let's see if this actually gives me a link or it works. Let's find out. Fuck, okay. Is this what? Is that... Dude. Is every link I click gonna fucking break something? Is that what we're doing? Jesus. Okay.
When Ivory linked me his Twitter profile, the age in bio says 16. This is something I acknowledged in my Reddit post, but to be fair, I probably didn't elaborate enough on it. In retrospect, I never should have continued the furry stuff with him once I learnt of his age, even though at the time, I didn't see it as a problem. Legally...
What are the comments on this fucking video? Where are the comments? Are the comments turned off? No way they're turned off or not. No, they're not. Dude, 85,000 comments. Is Pyro admitting to knowingly have dirty talks with 16-year-old Ivory when he's 20? By the way, for people who were trying to argue against the doc, that's just one confirmed example of Pyro getting creepy. No way we're going to get my response 2 days before pets. Oh, who cares? I made a severe lapse in judgment. Oh my. Do I just watch this response first? Ragemonger with the 10. Who's going to finish first? Beckett and this doc or Falgi and Akumi's FCK video? Probably Falgi. Nightcrawler Nick.
Clippy. We'll just call you Clippy now. With the 5, bring back bullying. It's the proper recourse for transgressing social taboos while staying within the bounds of the law. Dodgeball built character. True. Give me an interesting lunch break. Okay, so Pyro did do that. Fantastic. Fantastic. Back to enrichment, okay? Pyro at the same time, 20 established he wants him apparently not engaged, continues to RP with Ivory and saying very pornography. Ivory's age did not dissuade him. The only argument presented by Pyro was that he didn't know Ivory was 15, predating July 5th, 2017, when he had sent Pyro his Twitter profile with his age. Despite Ivory disclosing that he was 15 on Twitter numerous times, Pyro claims that he was suspended so he could not access the platform during that time, therefore he did not see Ivory's Twitter account or tweets.
He never once disclosed the fact that he was 15 at the time these exchanges commenced. He didn't include his age in his bio until he was 16, but I was not on Twitter between the 28th of December 2016 until the 29th of June 2017, as I was suspended. It would have been a hell of a lot less likely for me to see all but one of these tweets that's been used as evidence in this Google Doc. My Reddit post clearly shows that I was suspended from Twitter at the time that they were made. And that of course leaves the very last one. But like, what are the chances of you catching one specific tweet when you follow hundreds of people? I brought this up in my Reddit post as well, but it's been deliberately left out as some like shit attempt at manipulation. I find it funny, like they're acting like I'm hiding something, when ironically, that's exactly what they're doing here. Literally, all they needed to do was read my Reddit post. It's not even that long, man. It's a page. The next 2 points the doc makes are so interchangeable, I'm just going to tackle both at once. Pyrocynical never saw the initial DM from Ivory saying he was a minor. Pyrocynical never saw the DM where Ivory sent him his Twitter profile, clearly stating his age. The next part really confuses me, because now the claim is, because he linked his Twitter, which had his age in his bio, I now retroactively know.
Okay. But you did find out his age, and you did then continue engaging with him. Am I getting this right? Does it matter? Becky, are you going to do a Zeus update? I saw him and Xena got arrested, and I'm hyped to dig into it. Please send me that, Watcher. Please clip it and send it to me. Download it, put it in a Google Drive, and yes, I will go on it. That's over it. That's fucking crazy. As with 10, hey Beckett, do you think every time 4chan gets blamed for someone saying something on another image board, Nick Fuentes convinces another man to be gay without calling it gay? Bro, what? Yes. Actually, yes. I completely think that. What the fuck? What does that have to do with anything? I fucking hate documents like that. It should, okay, then it should just be, hey, this point is fucking irrelevant. Oh my god, okay. Whew. He established that once, blah, 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 blah. However, as you'll come to see in this document provided with screenshots and video proof, this turns out to be a lie. Furthermore, there is no proof that Ivory ever lied about his age being 18 plus, or originally met Pyro at an 18 plus Discord server, and the original contributions to the claim went back on it. Pyrocynical also stated in his response video that Ivory never lied about his age to him. Okay, let's just do this one.
For the sake of it, me including the anecdotal evidence led to the belief that Ivory lied about his age. That is never a claim I have made that he has done to me. I've only said that I did not know his age at 15. Which...
Okay. Sure. If Jar made a pyro drama video and start the video with "I was right," can you please make fun of him? Yes, I will. I will do that. That's base. Let's do that. Pyrocynical acknowledged that he knew that Ivory was 16. He yet continued to ERP with him. Yeah, okay, perfect. Transcript in retrospect, I should have continued the very stuff with him once I learned his age, even though at the time I didn't see it as a problem. Legally, age of consent is 16 in both my country and his state. I didn't consider the age gap significant enough because of what we were talking about, and doing was so far removed from actual sex. I mean, yeah, this is sort of like my point here. Sorry, give me a second. But yeah, she sent me something. I know she's fucking
big mad. Sorry, someone's asking me about another drama and they're like, you know, this person like fucking hates you and is like wants to take your throat out. I'm like, yeah, I fucking bet she does. Right. Dude, can't wait for that to hit the fan. It's gonna be fucking based. It's gonna be so fucking good. Dude, I can't wait. I'm gonna eat so well, and I'm just literally sat here tapping my little ginger fingers, going, it's coming. It's coming. I can't fucking wait. Let me just say ahead of time for when it drops. Oh, dude. Should have listened to me. Should have listened to me. Many such cases. Okay, so here's what I'm saying with this shit as well. It's fucking irrelevant to me whether this person met the age of consent in the UK. It is irrelevant to me. I do not care. I'm not here to accuse Pyro of any crimes. I'm here to say and ask the question, is Pyro a degenerate freak with poor impulse control? That is the theme. That is the name of the game. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. Okay, so yes, Ivory clearly made his age known to Pyro on July the 15th, 2017. Beyond that point, Pyro knew Ivory was 16 and continued to sexually message him. The idea that Pyro did not know beyond this point is false. The only argument that stands was that if Pyro knew the age of Ivory beforehand when he was 15, which we will address later. In regards to the age gap, Pyro was born May 1997. Ivory was born 2021. As he is turning 23 and 24 this year, this means there's 3 age I don't care. Essentially a 4-year age gap between them. Sure. In Pyro's my response, he attempts to downplay the age gap and use UK and Pennsylvania age of consent laws to justify why he had continued to engage sexually with a 16-year-old when he was 20. The fact he admitted that he didn't consider a 4-year age gap significant enough is already a red flag.
And then when other people came out on Twitter saying that they also had dishonest experiences with him, I used that to further my own belief that these accusations were made for the sake of it. Me including the anecdotal evidence led to the belief that Ivory lied about his age. That is never a claim I have made that he has done to me.
Hold on.
That were posted in my Reddit statement. There was no bad blood. And then when other people came out on Twitter saying that they also had dishonest experiences with him, I used that to further my own belief that these accusations were made for the sake of it. Me including the anecdotal evidence led to the belief that Ivory lied about his age. That is never a claim I have made.
No, I don't care. Okay, what? Is that him downplaying the age? Or is that him going, well, I didn't know if I believed the accusations themselves? Wow. Yo, happy okay. Age gap. Yo, happy birthday to Ivory. 2023. You cannot 23. Birthday Ivory. What? As specified, Ramos was born on 25. Okay, cool. Whatever. Right, we're doing age calculators now. And Ivory linked his Twitter profile to Pyro, which is his age present in the bio. Pyro claims that it's the first time he acknowledged Ivory's actual age. This was on July 5th, 2017, as discussed earlier. If we were to assume this is true and Pyro somehow didn't know earlier, Ivory would have been 16 years, 2 months, and Pyro would have been 20 years, 1 month old. Even if Pyrocynical didn't know the exact birth date of Ivory, acknowledging that he was 16 and roughly 4 years younger would be enough for anyone to cut content or scrub their socials for that exact birthday. Okay, so I don't like this. Yeah, again, I don't like the whole kind of, oh, their age is on the bio. Dude, I never look at, like, if I'm talking to somebody, I don't check their bios, okay? I just don't care. Most people don't. I think it is a weird standard that very, 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 very few people hold. And also, it's a red herring. It doesn't fucking matter. Pyrocynical, as we have discussed, did not cut content and instead continued to be sexual Ivory. Since Ivory made his age known July 2017, this was after the time period where Pyrocynical claimed he was suspended, 26th December to 27th of June, meaning he had ample opportunity to access and monitor Ivory's Twitter account, filter through his tweets, and come to terms with his birthday and age in the past. Well, why would he? Why would he? Why would he do that? And also, why is it fucking relevant? It really was not hard to do so. It's already a massive red flag that he continued to sexually message a teenager while being an adult, sure. after using the age of consent laws to justify the age gap. But it is even more unusual that Pyrocynical didn't chronologically look back at his messages with Ivory, come to terms with the fact that even if he didn't know their age, he still sexually messaged him when he was 15 and cut him off there and then. The fact that he did not only continued, but kept this situation on the low until Ivory came out about it in 2020 are major red flags that went under the radar for many people, which it does a disservice to how disgusting the situation was. Keep in mind, what is listed is only the best possible situation for Pyrocynical, if indeed his response is that he didn't know Ivory was 15. This was true. However, as will be discussed later, Pyrocynical's alibi turns out to be a lie. Now I wish to dismantle the argument that Pyrocynical was not aware of the age gap between him and Ivory after he continued to sexually message Ivory after learning that he was 16. What? Hold on. Again, why is this relevant? Okay. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna crash out. Is this whole document like this? You don't need this. You don't need this. Pyrocynical knows his own age. We know Pyro's age. We know the age of Ivory. We know that they continued messaging. That's it. That's the end of this section, Parlo. Does anyone disagree with that? Is that an unfair read of this fucking doc? It's 300 pages. I feel like this is going to be one of those this could have been an email things, isn't it? It gets better past the 100-page mark. You are like the fourth person to say that, Destroyer. And it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, hey, you know this game gets good like 50 hours in, right? You know, once you get past the walking simulator section. This document reads how Mojo Jojo talks. Dude. I just realized that Chili is live and doing jar tent lol, but we can continue with the pyro stuff. Thanks, Tiger. No, Parlo's genuinely schizo. It's why people throw away the whole thing within 10 pages. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Pyrocynical claimed that he was suspended, blah, 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 meaning that he had ample opportunity, cut him off, blah, blah. Now I wish to dismantle the argument. When he was 20, this can be immediately discredited by the fact that Ivory made his birthday known to Pyrocynical and was referencing it in late April, early May. This meant that when Pyrocynical claims that he came to terms with Ivory's age in the 5th of July 2017, to which the age of 16 was present in the bio, he would understand that he had just recently turned 16 as of 2 months prior. This effectively meant that Pyrocynical knew that there was about a 4 years age gap between them, but nevertheless he continued to be inappropriate. Okay, if I'm skipping over some of this stuff, it's because, as discussed, my standard here is the curve of maturity between two people. Okay, it's not, and again, I don't care about, like, was it 3 years? Was it 4 years? Was it this? I care about, like, what we consider socially normative in these cases. Ivory seeing specifically, is seen specifying to Pyrocynical in DMs about drama he was having with Twitter artist Eli during April 21st, 2017, which was his 16th birthday. He shows private Twitter messages dating back to that time and had specifically referenced Pyrocynical in DMs that the day was his birthday. So therefore, there cannot be any excuse that Pyro didn't know the date of his birth at the very latest. So we are to actually believe that Pyro... Okay, then again, I will say this. Also, who does this? Who does this in a conversation when someone tells you your birthday? Do you calculate the difference in ages between you like that? Like how many years it is? I don't do that. Does anyone do that? Is that weird? That would be a weird thing to do. It's like, oh, it's oh so many months. Irrelevant. Irrelevant. Then he would come to terms with the fact that he just recently turned 16. Pyro would have known Ivory just turned 16. Instead of cutting them off, like many Pyrocynicals fans have deluded themselves into thinking, he instead continued to inappropriately engage with him at the age of 20. Yeah, sure. Ivory is also seen in December making his birthday present April 21st. Keep in mind, Pyrocynical had followed his account on November 2016 before he was suspended, but was still actively looking through his tweets during his suspension period, which he conveniently does not address, but we will cover in the Pyrocynical lied segment of this document. Ivory was evidently open about the date and month of his birth. I would like some... Oh, dude, you better have some fucking hard fucking evidence for that claim. Proving it's Pyro. Google Drive link of Ivory's DMs with Pyrocynical. Not safe for work warning. I'm not clicking on that. Twitter thread of Lumi comprehensively going over the video logs and analyzing the Discord UI to prove the messages are real and untampered with. The Twitter thread also proves how the Discord... Again, irrelevant. Pyro... Am I going fucking crazy? I feel like I'm being gaslit in the wrong direction in real time. Where the fuck was this?
When Ivory linked me his Twitter profile, the age in bio says 16. This is something I acknowledged in my Reddit post, but to be fair, I probably didn't elaborate enough on it. In retrospect, I never should have continued the furry stuff with him once I learnt of his age, even though at the time I didn't see it as a problem. Legally, age of consent is 16 in both my country and his state. I didn't consider the age gap significant enough because what we were talking about and doing was so far removed from actual sex. It literally was just fantasy furry garbage because I didn't consider Ivory sexual in any way in person. I never...
Bro, what?
Even though at the time I didn't see it as a problem. Legally, age of consent is 16 in both my country and his state. I didn't consider the age gap significant enough because what we were talking about and doing was so far removed from actual sex. It literally was just fantasy furry garbage because I didn't consider Ivory...
What were these messages between the two of them? Is that... Maybe that's personal? ERP is erotic roleplay. Again, I don't understand why this is relevant because he's admitted to it. He admits to it. You link to the admission. Why the fuck would you put this in here? Okay. Proves how he Discord tagged, deletes messages, and it requires Pyrocynical's previous Discord server. Sure, okay. As provided in Ivory's evidence screenshots on Imager, the same deleted user which Ivory was messaging bore the exact same Discord ID. That's fine. Provided in the same Imager link, Ivory provides video proof of Twitter mobile direct messaging he had with Pyrocynical's current girlfriend being Ida, filmed in 2020 shortly after his initial call out. Okay, sure. Sure, I'm prepared to take that on faith. I don't think any of this is really relevant because Pyro admits it. What? Fact that Niall did in fact, is his actual name Niall? Did Pyrocynical's parents name him after a fucking river? No wonder his life's a fucking mess. How'd you name somebody after a river? Some dark shit right there. Okay. Fact that Niall did, in fact, message Ivory and that was his account. She did not deny the fact whatsoever, according to Ivory. I mean, fucking Pyro doesn't deny it. She states Niall had a repeated pattern of behavior where he behaved inappropriately around other minors, such as assault, who was apparently 15. We will go into more detail in regards to the exchanges later. Sure. Ivory is seen addressing his old defunct group. Ivory is seen showing his older messages with Pyrocynical, showing the same Discord. If I'm skipping over certain bits of this, again, if we're not disputing the thing, then it's irrelevant. Like... Pyro, because I know Pyro did this thing where he's like, no one's read the full thing. Okay, listen. Sections where it's not really in dispute or Parlo'S point is fucking stupid. I mean, sure. I've gone through it. I've called it stupid. That should be enough. Pyro wiped his messages with Ivory in 2019 all the way back to early April 2017. The reason for why the older messages have remained is unknown. The video provided by Ivory shows him quickly scrolling through messages, so that's why most screenshots shown throughout this document are lower quality. However, as proven in the video, they are 100% authentic and Pyrocynical admits it. Okay, cool. Why would a mother... Dude, okay. My grandfather fought for me to have like some insane Catholic name. At one point, I was going to be named Augustine. Not Augustine, Augustine. I don't know why it was Augustine, but like my grandfather was very set on naming me Augustine. Dude, I got lucky, okay? Oh, fuck. Okay, debunking the misinformation regarding Ivory. This segment is created to once again clarify the... I'm going to kill myself. And debunk any misinformation that may be generated when the situation is opened up and discussed again. And also, in order to discredit the situation and to drastically vindicate Pyrocynical and alleviate him of culpability in the situation, there is a massive public consensus online that Ivory had directly lied about his age to Pyrocynical. This is completely false, unsubstantiated, and untrue. Pyrocynical attests in his own video, Ivory never lied about his age. He was just unaware of him being 15 at the time. Okay, we're going to start skipping bits. Holy fuck. Me including the anecdotal evidence. Sure, this guy lied to... Okay, so this is just a random fucking chatter. Who cares? Dude! Who cares? Bro. Hey, Purple. Okay. It's the patron saint of brewers. He had high hopes for you. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. 2, he didn't know the person was 16, and 3, nothing sexual actually happened, like no news were exchanged or anything. I think, again, it's like the Toon Critic shit. Like, the Toon Critic ERP stuff was more than enough to condemn Toon Critic, okay? Like, more than enough. Fucking clopping freak. All these people, man. Okay, sure, like, a load of random things. When Ivory linked me his Twitter profile, the age bio says 16. This is something I acknowledged in my Reddit post, but to be fair, I probably didn't elaborate enough. We've already seen this. Okay, cool. Right. Solid Sheeb's Discord server. Another big lie, which is oftentimes used to downplay the severity of the situation and to shift blame to Ivory, was a claim that Pyrocynical and Ivory met up on an 18+, not safe for work roleplay Discord server. This unsubstantiated claim is then used to claim that Ivory then must have lied about his age being 18+ to access the channels of the server, therefore making Pyrocynical innocent, as he would be under the guise that Ivory was an adult. Is there anything dodgy in any of these? No, you won't. This is yet again completely false. Pyrocynical and Ivory originally met up in Solid Sheeb's Discord server who was an associate of Pyrocynical. It is not an 18+ RP server, as Solid Sheeb himself was 15 at the time. The server contained numerous minors in it. Dude, what the fuck was going on in these communities? For context, Solid Sheeb was a very well-connected influencer during the time of 2016-2018, despite him having removed his YouTube channel and having Twitter consistently suspend his accounts. By looking at archived videos containing screenshots of his accounts, it is clear to see that he was a large figure present in the community at the time, being associated with Sive Morton, who went on to edit for PewDiePie 3 years later, and Solid Sheeb was at the time the alleged editor for Pyrocynical. Left as presented in videos dating back to 2016, it shows archive screenshots of Solid Sheeb's now deleted YouTube channel, showing that he had Pyrocynical's channel on the featured section. With the title Great People, his channel is seen to have over 12,000 subscribers. Okay, well. So, small creator, well connected, sure. Wasp Alan Felondos. How you doing, Doom? Thank you for the 2. Good to have you in. Right, above, Solid Sheeb is archiving screenshots presented in 2016 videos, seen to have a large following on Twitter at the time, especially for 2016 standards, with over 1.4k followers. Okay, that's not true. That's not true. Dude, you can't stretch like that. 1.4k in fucking 2016 is still not that much, okay? Like 100k on Twitter was still like... Twitter wasn't small and you could build a decent fan base. This is a fucking stretch. Oh yeah, 12k subscribers and 1 point... Dude, no, fuck off. It's 2016. Like, come to me, like, if you're like 100k in 2016 as a YouTube channel, and if you're like maybe 20,000 followers on Twitter, then we could talk. But 1.4 and 12... that's just nothing. Opinion on if Pyro should be condemned or not. Shade with the 2. I mean, like, it seems pretty degenerate. I think that's, it's really interesting. I was thinking about Clown arguing with Keem on the last Baited podcast, and I think I think at the very base, right? Like, he's a freak. and was careless, you could argue negligent. I think part of the problem is the overstretching. It's like, well, is this guy a pedophile? It's like, well, I don't think you need to go down that route to really take a shot at Pyro with this stuff. I don't think it's necessary. Is this condemnable? Yeah, sure. Like, dude, you're exposing minors to sexual content. Yeah, this is condemnable. Making videos with Shive, who had a lot of connections at the time and went on to edit and correct for PewDiePie. Sure. Wholesome picture I found of Papa Pyro. To illustrate how close Solid Sheep and Pyrocynical were 6 years ago, as presented in the Reddit post, Wholesome pictures I found on Papa Pyro, you can evidently see Solid Sheep on the right side of the group photo containing Pyrocynical and his ex-girlfriend Squizzy. Sheev is also present in the image at the bottom left-hand corner. Ivory is seen testing that he had originally met Pyrocynical in Solid Sheep's Discord server, which was extremely popular and active at the time. Sorry, I'll scroll down a bit. Ivory was also seen specifying the fact that Solid Sheep was actively editing for Pyrocynical and that he was 15 years old at the time, the same age as Ivory. Ivory was also seen stated that Solid Sheep was friends with him. This can be backed up by the fact that Ivory was given admin permissions in the server for a certain amount of time. This is proven with archived tweets showing that Solid Sheep looked obviously underage. Lol, I was waiting for this lie. Okay. So, do you remember that the video of me singing to the VC with Pyro in it that Tommy showed? That was the first time I met Pyro. It was in my 15-year-old friend Solid Sheep's Discord. He was editing for Pyro. No, I don't remember the video of you singing. Well, then you didn't pay attention while it was happening. I don't feel like talking to you about this. Ask Google about it. And Elon's a pedo is the name of that account? Okay. Sure. 07 lurking? Thank you on YouTube. Sorry, it's JS, isn't it? Fucking hell. Thanks to, by the way, as we'll just pause here for a second. We're on page 16, making solid progress, guys. Let's fucking go. Thank you all for coming out. It's good to be back. Like, subscribe, donate, buy a membership. All those good things that help me keep this channel running. It is much fucking appreciated. I am suffering for your entertainment. This is actually really painful. This is fucking agonizing. I really hope people who are telling me it gets good 100 pages in. This is proven with archive treats showing that Solid Sheep looked obviously underage. Okay, sure. Tippy Fox was an important figure who we will cover later, and someone who was involved in Solid Sheep's friend group and was friends with Thomas himself was seen stating that Solid Sheep was 15, replied to Silver Morton. Not once in any circumstances did Pyrocynical ever claim in his response video that he met Ivory in an 18+ RP Discord server. This claim was completely unsubstantiated because no one was willing to prove that it was false. The rumor was allowed to spread unchallenged and unmitigated. They met in Solid Sheep's Discord that had not safe work channels in it. I'm not withholding anything. I did read your tweets, but it seems you haven't mine. I know you have an agenda to push. Please try it on somebody else more gullible. This all happened in Solid Sheep server. Okay, sure. I was about to shill, lol, and Beckett did it himself. Good boy. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to get better at shilling every now and again. Chris Pottis was present in Solid Sheep's Discord server at the time, and they attested how Pyrocynical and Ivory had originally crossed paths in Solid Sheep's server. The idea that they met in an 18+ Discord server was completely unfounded and false. Please stop repeating yourself, Parlo. Fucking hell. Also, the possibility that Solid Sheep's server had not safe for work channels is a problem in itself because Solid Sheep is said to be 15 at the time. So it would have been a case of edgy teenagers allowing pornographic memes to be sent and at the time seeing no problem with it. Did they actually meet in Solid Sheep's server? No, it was just something made up. Diesel Patches in one video. Wait, Diesel Patches just made this up? What the fuck? That's quite an accusation. It's misinformation. That Ivory and Pyrocynical originally met in an 18+ Discord server originated from commentary YouTuber Diesel Patches, made a video titled Update on Pyrocynical Accusations, in which he gave Pyrocynical the benefit of the doubt with his theoretical assumption. However, what many people neglect to bring up is in his follow-up video addressing the allegations, Diesel Patches establishes the fact that the claim was untrue and unsubstantiated. archive re-upload of Diesel Patch's video.
Ivory sent me some very incriminating messages between him and Ida, where she clearly acknowledges his age. He then shows those DMs. They are from April 6, 2017 and starts out with Pyro's girlfriend saying, "I don't know, man," to which Ivory responds, like, "I just worry that he'll regret feeling that way because of my age. Because it'll be the 15-year-old French girl scenario, but with a 15-year-old American boy." Ida responds, "This is just me thinking from how I know Niall, but I don't know if he'd actually be in a bi relationship. I think he's more open to like mostly porn and sex, you know? Yeah, you right."
Oh, I guess he did do it.
Before I talk about the new updated version of the Pyrocynical allegations, I need to address a comment I made in my last video. So on my last Pyro video, I made the assumption that Pyro and Ivory came from an 18+ community. The reason why this is an issue is because some people treated that as a fact because I didn't clarify enough that my comment was merely an assumption. The reason I
Why would you make that assumption? What the fuck? Why? So, I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. So with no fucking evidence, just went, yeah, they probably came from an 18+ community for no fucking reason? What? What do you mean? Is that not fucking mental? What?
assume this is because I wanted
How did fucking Turkey Tom get ripped to pieces by this? And I will say this, it seems like everyone who handled this, other than Turkey Tom, was completely fucking retarded. What is going on?
to give Pyro the benefit of the doubt, but it doesn't matter anymore because after looking at the new updated allegations, it's pretty clear that he's in the wrong. So again, please refrain from using that as the #1 defense for Pyro. As far as I know, there isn't any proof that Pyro and Ivory came from an 18+ server. Now, I've already brought up Ivory's mistakes, so I'm not even going to bring him up here. This is all
I'm gonna fuck. Okay. Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. Fucking hell, that's dumb. Bro, what the fuck? Justice for Tom? Yes, justice for Turkey Tom. Dude. Turkey Tom is always incredibly based. So I am gonna listen. Maybe I'm biased here, but I like Tom. Even I have to give Turkey Tom his flowers. Yeah, bro. Like, dude. So one thing that was said to me last year by somebody who like is a bit more intimate with this was that Turkey Tom was very, very close. He was very, very, very close and just a little bit trigger happy. And if he'd waited a bit, if he'd just been more careful, he would have buried Pyro. That's what I got told. Tom looks so happy in his newest Tom Dart video. Yeah, I mean, dude, Tom's just out making a fucking shit ton of money. And who can blame him? Okay, anyway. Oh, okay, sure, we watched this. Unfortunately, many people pushed forward this claim did not watch Diesel Patch's second video clarifying the situation, so it eventually became the new common consensus among people, despite it being simply untrue, and having no basis behind it whatsoever. So basically the same situation with Pyrocynical back then, when a minor literally joined an 18+ furry Discord server and lied about his age being 18. Out of context, and plus the person he groomed was underage in an 18+ fat furry inflation Discord server. Somewhere a 15-year-old shouldn't be. He had no fucking idea he was 15. As highlighted in Turkey Tom's video, Crass Pontus had circulated a video filmed originally in 2016 of Solid Sheep's Discord server, where Ivory was jokingly singing about E-Fame. The video was spread maliciously to discredit Ivory as a clout chaser, as if that suddenly invalidated the claims against Pyrocynical. This was an example of an ad hominem point. Dude, okay. That's very, very retarded. As presented in the video, Pyrocynical is seen in the Discord VC and Solid Sheep server when Ivory was singing. Ivory and Pyrocynical have been highlighted with a red box. Pyrocynical is high ranked in Sheep server with ownership role and went up by the Discord name LOL. Okay, so again, I don't know how you get away with that. Like, it's irrelevant. Like, dude, if somebody's like a clout chaser, could you imagine if that's what happened with the Weinstein allegations? Yeah, sure. Harvey Weinstein may have, like, had sex with these women and pressured them into it and stuff. But, you know, they did want to be actresses. What? Fuck me. As seen in the bot screenshots earlier, the same names show up as the owner. Sure, okay. To add more credibility to Ivory's claims, not only is it confirmed by witnesses present in SolidSheep's server at the time that Pyrocynical and Ivory originally met up in the server, but Ivory's claims that he was friends with SolidSheep can be attributed to the fact that he was a high rank in the Discord server and an admin. Sure, I don't know how much I care about that. I've seen the video Crass Pontus recorded Ivory singing with Pyrocynical on the call, blah blah blah. DMs between Ivory and Pyrocynical were initiated on November 10th, 2016, when Ivory reached out to Pyrocynical first, linking his YouTube channel and his music on November 10th, 2016, one day before the video emerged of Ivory singing in a call with Pyrocynical and numerous other Discord users. Ivory is again seen in Twitter DMs in a commentary YouTuber attesting that he met Pyrocynical on SolidSheep's Discord server. Okay, sure. Whew. In August 11th, 2016, when the original Twitter video was made by Stefano V, Ivory was clearly seen being an active member of the Discord server. He posted that he just reached 40 subscribers and was seen with an already relatively high rank in the Discord server. At the time, Ivory went by the account alias Ivory463, and on Twitter, his alias was Ivory446633. This video proves that Ivory was an active member of the Discord server and a friend circle months before Pyro joined in 2016, and then DMs between the two were initiated. In further videos found on Twitter of SolidSheep's Discord server, in a tweet made on January 22nd, 2017, Ivory is seen having a high Discord rank. Below Ivory's Discord profile, you can clearly see Cas Pontus present too, who was someone originally who came out in 2020 accusing Ivory of being a clout chaser and had leaked the E-Fame joke video. However, attested that Pyrocynical and Ivory originally met on SolidSheep's Discord server. They met in SolidSheep's Discord that had not safe for work channels. We've read this already. This further adds more credibility to Ivory's side of the situation. Furthermore, to dismantle the argument there was a not safe for work channel, therefore it was an 18+ server, as presented in numerous archive videos of SolidSheep's Discord server, the voice channels were filled with minors and underage teenagers with edgy humor. It was one of the many cases of a Discord server with an edgy community of teenagers who posted Nazi symbols, memes regarding Columbine, as well as instances of not safe for work content. This does not somehow mean I am justifying or playing down the situation, and certainly does not mean everyone who was in the server was above the age of 18, because that simply was not the case. Hold on. Just to be clear, is there a wider thing here about the fact that this community was like, had a load of minors around they were sharing porn to? What? Quartering would argue for Weinstein's right to a harem of 14-year-old girls. I mean, well, yeah. Anything to move that coffee. Intriguing. Intriguing. This entire segment of the document has been created to explain how the rumors that Pyrocynical and Ivory met up in 18+ server is completely untrue and was never substantiated with any proof whatsoever. It was one of the many lies used by members of Pyrocynical families to undermine the credibility of Ivory and to play down the severity of the situation. The misinformation needed to clarify before we continue with the messages is to not allow any excuses to be derived. Okay, sure. So you got like stuff here, memes. I'm going to be super careful. I'm going to be so careful, and we're going to censor this. We're going to censor it so that I do not get in any kind of trouble. Okay, that's what we're doing. I'm just going to bring up the old banner, the old can't show that on YouTube banner. Love this banner. It's a great banner. And also have a cigarette. So there's a load of screenshots from. I'll tell you what's in it. I'll describe it to you. Okay. Becky, I'm proud of you. Have a cigarette. Thank you, Kickin. Member for 7 months at Coping. Let's fucking go. Okay, so basically it's just sharing a load of memes and things, showing that there are minors there. As you can see via these archive logs of SolidSheep's Discord server, the humor was extremely edgy and was reflective of how young some of the users were who were present at the time. It was certainly not a server catered towards adults. In a tweet created on April 14th, 2017, a user is seen telling Solid Sheep to not have given Ivory admin. You can clearly see Ivory and Solid Sheep present in a call together, with many users in separate calls having their names changed to Uwu. This further adds credibility to Ivory's story that he and Solid Sheep were close friends, because not only were they on call together, but Ivory also had admin permissions. Right, okay, sure. We can get rid of the censor. So, for clarification, sure, buddy. Sure. Let's bring this over. Only Becky gets flash banned by this art. True. I am again once again suffering, so you do not have to. So for clarification, Pyro and Ivory met in Solid Sheep's Discord server, not an 18. Okay, yes, we know. I agree with you. The Twitter Pyro closed shows him doing a minor, and yet he continued to sexual roleplay with the Okay, in Pyrocynical's response video, he does his best to attempt to belittle the nature of the conversations he had with Ivory, completely underscoring the sexual depravity. Underscoring? Do you mean underplaying the sexual depravity and seriousness of the situation as either furry stuff or furry roleplay? If any other YouTuber had openly admitted to sexually messaging a 16-year-old when learning of their age and being 20 at the time, they would have been completely ostracized from the platform. Somehow, though, Pyrocynical has managed to be consistently defended and his behavior has been belittled, despite the fact that video logs and the messages are still present and accessible to this day, proving the nature of the conversations to have a lot more sexual basis to them than just cringe furry roleplay. Pyro trivializing the situation as just furry stuff and establishing how he continued once learning Ivory 16, mentioning how he was dissuaded from the age gap. In retrospect, I never should have continued with the furry stuff, blah, blah, blah. Pyrocynical underplaying the tone of the messages as furry roleplay garbage. Pyrocynical claiming the messages never escalated and once again belittling the nature and topic of the conversations in an unserious manner to detract the value of the situation as just furry fart discussion, but it's never escalated from two morons talking about inhaling furry farts. Okay. Pyrocynical unpurged messages. In archived DMs with Ivory, in which will be presented, Pyrocynical had systematically wiped his DMs specifically to Ivory up till April the 7th, 2017. In the messages preceding, I'm going to do something important here, actually, as we come to this. So, I'm going to take this, and we're going to go to here. So I know where the screen cuts off if I need to not scroll to something. Okay? I'm marking it on my side myself. Okay? Ooh. It's puzzling for why Pyro didn't entirely wipe his DMs with Ivory. I don't know. He didn't redact dev wasn't a thing. I don't fucking know. He can no longer use the plausible deniability card when it came to Ivory's age, and so when looking back on his past sexual messages with Ivory, he then systematically removed the messages he had sent after knowing his age, purged all evidence, and directly incriminated him. There is no other logical explanation. Deleted user, hey man, script gave hype on I might need as well. That's it. Do you know if it works for DMs? I have business messages from a slimy Russian guy I want deleted. Oh, delete all messages in the Discord channel. Interesting. How does this work? Is it all just code on my phone? I only want it for DMs, not Discord server. Does it work for that? In private messages between Thafalaline, he shows that Niall was asking specifically for a Discord script that can systematically purge Discord messages. The Thaf9? Thaf9, is that how I'm pronouncing that? Also provides a Discord mobile screenshot proof on the right that the account in which it's requested a Discord script to the mass purge alongside the exact same tags as Pyrocynical's account in which is proven earlier deleted user 49D1E8C5. Archive link to Turkey Tom's showing proof of Thaf9's screenshots Zaptai on Twitter. Lol. Archive video of the FAF9 DMs to Pyrocynical. Sure. Okay. The last two available messages of Pyrocynical's Discord account followed on from those messages, being systematically purged from the entirety of 2018 to April 2017. Ow. Fuck. Sorry. Burnt myself. Changes, as you can see, very obvious conversational changes were transpiring, with Pyrocynical having asked Irony if he wished to see thick, furry fetish pornography of his character's persona, to which Ivory replies and asks for this is also followed by Ivory saying, oop, also, that thick is ace in acknowledgement to receiving the messages. Clearly, Pyrocynical had sent him the image and called him on Discord to get his attention. However, the bot Pyrocynical used to post his messages deleted the image. The call lasted a few seconds. Okay. Okay. Despite Pyrocynical having purged most of his messages, it is easy to decipher what was said by viewing what Ivory was stated in response. In it, for example, in archive messages with Pyrocynical, Ivory is seen discussing about deleting his DMs. However, he stated how he was only able to manually delete each message he sent, with him also adding on that Pyro would have to delete his message himself too. Judging by that conversation, it's clear that Pyrocynical instigated this topic and was heavily urging Ivory to wipe his messages and was discussing how to delete entire conversations. This was largely overlooked by many people when this was initially brought up, and should have been a massive red flag that clearly Pyrocynical had something to hide. I have a hard time believing Nell slid into their DMs asking if they jerk off to that shit, and like I said, it's a snowball situation. Took the time to delete every message. Where is this? She didn't know. Wait. I can't delete DMs without manually going through. You'd have to delete your messages too. Yeah, the only option is to delete combos close to DMs. Sorry, I'm reading this one, guys. The only option is to delete every time you go to messages, it loads everything else. Oh, dude, that's really bad. That shows, okay. So that shows that Pyro is well aware that what he's doing is not good. Because you're like, delete the messages, make sure that one's deleted. That's an obvious side that what you are doing and what you are sharing, you are aware is an issue. Right? I feel like that's pretty simple. Dude. Okay. Okay, buddy. Ivory's seen messaging Ida as to why Pyrocynical had systematically wiped his messages entirely, however, left his DMs from 2016 to early 17 when Ivory would have been 15. Pyrocynical's message being purged up till April 2017, this could possibly be attributed to a Discord script that he most likely used to end up malfunctioning and not clearing the entirety of messages. For context, I mean, that seems like a reasonable thing to claim, right? His images and messages were all systematically purged, meaning it is reliant on Ivory's responses to construct. Sure, we know, keep in mind this section is focusing on what Pyrocynical himself admitted to in regards to knowing Ivory's age. We will not be focusing on messages made predating July 5th, 2017 yet, where Pyrocynical claims he did not know the age because that is an entirely another entire topic to touch on. Pornographic Pyrocynical was telling the truth. The situation has a negative outlook for him because he had continued to send furry pornographic images to a minor, which is against the UK and US law on obscene material towards minors. It is even worse when considering the fact that between them there was an approximate 4-year age gap, which many people still don't know because they believe Pyrocynical unilaterally didn't know Ivory's age, blah, blah, blah. Actually, okay, I don't know if I agree with this. So, the law, as I understand it, not a lawyer, but Jules and Devils with the 3. Why, oh god, what is this shit? Welcome to the Pyrocynical doc. Welcome in. Okay, but just to be clear, as I understand the law, it is the creation of pornographic material under the age of 18. I'm not sure that, like, you'd get somebody on, like, sending somebody furry porn. That said, furry porn itself is not illegal and does not come under the obscene material thing in the same fucking way as something like Lolly or Shotacon does. It just doesn't. So, yeah, I don't... Oh, dude, I don't fucking... logins. Anyway. The double standard, here it goes. When I was 17, talked to blah, 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 who was 14 about kink stuff, as in we both had interest in it. This was grooming, and I'm not going to beat around the bush with it. I stopped about a week after I turned 18 and then relapsed a few times from about 2019 to 2020. I understand the idea of it's not sexual, then it's okay in 2022, then went back soon after. I didn't realize it was time, blah, blah, blah. There's a massive double standard present on the internet where popular users such as Squidpus McGrumpus. Could you imagine trying to explain this drama to somebody in real life? Could you imagine trying to do this? Yeah, listen, what you've got to understand about the Pyrocynical drama is the double standard with Squidpus McGrumpus, for example, because they were strongly condemned. People would think you're fucking mental. Is that what protects people? Are police like, we can't take this to court? Because if I have to explain to a jury the story of Squidpus McGrumpus, they'll fucking lose that. It'll just be like, fucking it'll either be throw all of them in prison or just get the fuck out of the courtroom. Absolute fucking insanity. ACC has someone named Doodle Diapers. Okay, that's a bit of a shot against the bow. No, this is somebody else, apparently. That's not Pyro saying relapse. Explaining this is easy as shit. I've just got images in a Candros down like the bar, being like, hey guys, listen, let me tell you about Mudahar. There's got Nicandros, when he goes out drinking, there's either like a group of people around him super invested, or like he like sits on a corner on his own with like a hood up. And then like people come in, who's that guy in the bar? And they're like, that's Nicandros. He's he'll talk to you for the next 4 hours about someone you've never heard named Mudahar. Apparently he's like a Canadian. Talks a lot about Noxtaku too. It's like Squidpus McGrumpus, an engineer. Good question. Does Nick only A-log one man, or does he have a list? Got a list. Why does everyone have such similar names? Listen, internet people are not particularly creative, okay? I call my channel Cope and Seethe. Right. Okay. A popular FNAF influencer was called... FNAF influencer was called out for grooming. I was trying to work out whether that was Friday Night Funking or Five Nights at Freddy's, and my brain just broke for a second. Matt with the 5 sober and well behaved in chat this time. UK obscene pub act and extreme porn act are all very subjective depending on how much of a perv the judge is. There is a lot of truth to that, sure. But Cope and Seethe is a funny name. Listen, it's all in the branding. Literal names are very funny to me. That's where this name comes from. Yeah, like, I think you can have good names, but I think it's almost like protects you with the anonymity somehow. Beckett's last channel was called XXX Polyslayer 69. Thanks, guys. Dude, tell you what, if I started a fucking another channel, I would call it something really fucking stupid. Right, okay, what are we doing? Right. Was called out for grooming in reference to him sending sexual kink-based content messages to 14-year-olds when he was 17, and then with him continuing to do it for numerous following years, up to when he was 20 and she was 16, to which he was immediately called out and ostracized from the platform. But somehow Pyrocynical admitted to sending furry fetish pornography and sexual ERP messages to a 16-year-old to which he knew was the age when he was 20, and continuing the same behavior, is allowed to be consistently defended and excused, with Ivory, the victim, harassed and mocked over the course of many years for being a clout chaser and a liar. If everyone was in a unanimous agreement with Squidpus was a groomer for sexually engaging in kink discussions with a 14-year-old when he was 17, and then continue this behavior, then how is Pyrocynical suddenly alleviated when his age gap was larger and his case was more comprehensively explicit, not to undermine the Squidpus situation? Normal people know what rock stars and groupies are. I mean, that is true. I would say, okay. Yeah, I mean, this is just fair, right? This is just, does anyone disagree with this double standard? Hey, son, how you doing? This is completely reasonable. Like, dude, and this is why consistency matters. The consistency is important. You can't just, dude. People tie themselves in fucking knots over this shit. I think it's pretty simple. In the Twitter video calling him out, the original person who called out Squidpuss themselves stated how Squidpuss was belittling his actions by just addressing what he did with the 14-year-old as Keemstar. They stated that Squid tries to downplay the material as being non-sexual. It is fetish art, it is sexual. One of the, like, big things about this as well is, like, what's... Like, if you presented another content, like, the same content creator with these two different things, like, months apart, would they have the same take? And it does seem like Pyro... Yeah, I mean, people sweat for Pyro. I think that's fair to say. I think that's fair, completely fair to say. Uncomfortable situation. Uncomfortable situation. In the Twitter video calling him out, the original person who called out Squidpuss themselves, blah, blah, blah. This situation bears a massive resemblance to the Pyrocynical situation, to which people in the Pyro's case claim Pyrocynical unilaterally did not know the age, which is a lie. Oh, fuck me. They also claim that Pyrocynical debunked the situation as a blanket statement with no evidence, and they either use age of consent laws to justify the age gap, or then use ad hominems to either discredit the victim, Ivy, or anyone else who brings up the situation. Do you know what? I think a lot of this is down to, like, the people, certain people cocking it up. I think a lot of this is down to certain people just cocking it up. And I think that, like, aware when Fauci said this earlier of, like, Keemstar basically, like, messing with the ages and things and, like, getting that incorrect as things went. Yeah, dude, it just became an inconsistent, like, mess. And that's in, like, and also, like, the kind of, like, overplay of the accusations themselves. Once you, like, I said this with all the Black Griffin stuff. Once you start, like, going, hey, this person's a pedophile, you need so much evidence. And once you've made that higher claim, if you can't meet it, you are fucked. You're just fucked. Keem wanted to nail him as pedo. Yeah. Okay. Okay. The idea that this happened in 2017, so therefore the past invalidates Pyrocynical's culpability and actions, does not detract in any way from the veracity of the situation or how egregious Pyrocynical's actions were. The time period from the situation did not dissuade Dr. Disrespect from being cancelled for behaving inappropriately with a minor in 2016. True. I mean, like, dude, we're all still making fucking Dr. Disrespect jokes, aren't we? And we didn't even see the DMs for that. And Dr. Disrespect was roundly fucking lambasted. Yeah, he survived number 57 on the leaderboard. Let's fucking go, Kickin'. Thank you for the 20. Much appreciated. I'm not comparing the actions of Pyro to Ava or Dr. Disrespect, just highlighting similar themes. Oh, sorry. Nor did it dissuade people from criticizing Ava Chris Tyson for her behavior in 2016, 2015. Yeah. You've got Ava Chris Tyson, who was also not that old at the time when a lot of this was happening. Was again called a pedophile and absolutely fucking ripped from the internet. Hey Becca, I saw the recent Ed Sheeran and Ron Weasley collab. I'm glad to see you take your mark in the world. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you. How you doing, Shogun? The messages. In an archive video originally filmed by Ivy in 2020 showing all his messages with Pyrocynical's deleted account in which was proven to be him, fuck me, there are loads of messages I wish to cover showing how sexually explicitly and degenerate the... Okay, well, what we're going to do, firstly, I'm going to give you guys some stickers because you're being so good today, guys. Please enjoy this pile of stickers. How do you keep doing this? How'd you keep going? I've only just come back. Guys. Please enjoy these stickers, and it is good to see you all again. As always, like and subscribe, or dislike the video, and call me a mean comment. Anything, press buttons. Do the things with the stuff. Okay. We're going to censor this, because I don't know what's in it. We're going to be very good. If you image search Pyrocynical cosplay, you'll find out with Keemstar wanted to nail him. Dude. It's a big step up from creep to predator. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I will be releasing my 400-page doc proving Beckett isn't a real ginger. Someone is going to write a joke fucking Google doc on me, aren't they? That's just coming. Okay, so I'm just going to look at these messages, because I know we're coming up to some stuff. Arguably, the most serious conversation to bring up went completely unnoticed by everyone during the initial 2020 situation. We'll show this. Bring up notice. Ivory had with Pyrocynical around August 14th, 2018. Ivory would have been 17 years, 3 months old, and Pyrocynical would have been 21 years and 2 months. In these video exchanges, Ivory and Pyrocynical both talk about how they have masturbated to furry porn, with Ivy mentioning how he masturbated to furry porn that Pyrocynical had sent him, making comments about ass present in the pornographic image, and then asking Pyro if he had ever ejaculated not safe for work art of his furry sonar. The sonar Ivy had at the time, being a ghost furry sonar referred to as a haunter. Pyrocynical responds with yes, which we can instigate as Ivory responds with wait, you did? God bless. The time frame is not referenced to specifically, so this could have transpired when Ivory was 16. Okay, well, you don't know that. So the claim was that it was just roleplay and nothing escalated, as Pyrocynical tried to infer in this video. It's a flat-out lie, as clearly visible in the messages. Both Ivory and Pyrocynical discussed sexual topics pertaining to real life, and Pyrocynical seemed to have admitted to masturbating to not safe for work of minors for sonar while also being an adult. Have you ever nutted to my sonar? Wait, you did. This is down here. God bless. Okay. Pyrocynical was fully aware of Ivory being 17 at the time and continued to discuss the topic of masturbation with them at the age of 21. It is therefore no surprise that Pyrocynical would have purged these messages with Ivy, because it is abundantly clear that through these messages logs that Pyrocynical asked and received furry porn of Ivy's sonar when he was a minor, and then received sexual gratification from it. To simply belittle these interactions as furry roleplay garbage does a massive disservice to how serious this situation is. There are also instances of Pyrocynical continuing to send furry porn to Ivy despite already knowing his age and acknowledging the fact that he was a minor. Now, quickly shoot down any defense that Ivory was above the age of consent and state the age of consent laws do not protect an adult distributing pornography to minors. Furthermore, being an age of consent, okay, I don't, dude, whatever. Okay, so they do actually have some screenshots here, and Ivory responding to them. Okay, yeah. I'm also going to be super careful with this as well, so we're going to scroll past that. On September 11, 2017, Ivory is seen posting furry fetish images directly to Pyrocynical, commenting on how shiny the characters look. This was then followed by Ivory stating, "That's pretty bueno," and "ooh," to which we are able to decipher the Pyrocynical had originally sent Ivory suggested and not safe for work furry fetish content back to him, which warranted Ivory's response. This then prompted Ivory to make inappropriate comments in reference to the content. Ivory was then also seen going into more detail about the not safe for work content that Pyrocynical had provided him, making comments about body parts, showing the content, and talking about the farts present, with Ivory also making a comment about how he wished to bury his face in them. And I am scrolling past screenshots at the moment, which clearly shows these two having conversations of a sexual nature and showing furry porn. Whew. On the 15th of September 2017, Ivory and Pyrocynical were seen sharing furry fetish content. I can probably show that, can't I? I can probably show that. Furry fetish content to one another. One is easily able to discern that Niall had shared such content to Ivory despite his messages being systematically removed, as Ivory's messages reacted to the instance. Okay, sure, yeah, we get this. Ivory's saying ooh in response to when Pyro sent. Ivory was mentioned fetishism. Ivory is also seen posting Twitter links in reference to such content to Pyrocynical. And this is just some of the stuff they were sharing, which is, I don't know if I'd count this, would I count this as pornography? It's really hard to tell with this one. But, like, you're also blocking out, like, I don't know if this, I can't tell if that dragon is wearing clothes or not. What a fucking sentence. I can't tell if that dragon is wearing clothes or not. Fuck me. And this is also irrelevant, because there is also an uncensored image in these logs, which we're coming up to in about 10 pages. Pyro, the type of guy to ask a miner to do a countdown to 10 before uploading. Unloading, Jesus. You don't want to know, Becca? No, I really don't. I'm good. I'm good. Holy shit. Hold on, someone sent me something. My God. Okay, sorry, somebody sent me something else, and I'm just like, oh, fuck. That's gonna be a lot when that person finally speaks out. Ooh, and on 17th of December 2017, Pyrocynical was seen continuing to ask Ivory if he wanted to see more furry fetish content, to which Ivory replied, hell yes, do show, ooh woo. Ivory is then also seen stating, ooh, like most likely in response to more content that Pyrocynical had sent him, with Ivory specifying that he liked the last image the most. Ivory is once again seen stating ooh in reply to Niall sending him yet more content, and then Ivory is seen posting furry fetish material himself, stating that he very much liked the image, ending off by him yet again stating ooh in response to receiving more furry fetish content. In numerous messages, it is abundantly clear to see that Pyrocynical had posted pornographic content to Ivory. Ivory explicitly stated, do show, in which we can assume that Pyrocynical then posted it, to which Ivory then states, goodness, das a big bab. Pyrocynical is then seen continuing, to which Kramer, Ivory, states, ooh, oh my fucking God, dude. We're just gonna keep going. Pyrocynical posted a collage of furry fetish images, with Ivory sending an instance of him to return. In another instance, Pyrocynical sends Ivory an image and states, ooh, yeah, we get it. They deleted stuff. It's fine. On July 18th, 2017, only 13 days after Pyrocynical claimed to have known Ivory's age, after Ivory had linked his Twitter account with his age present in his bio, and Pyrocynical is seen having sent more furry pornography in Ivory's DMs, with him mentioning how it was such a massive ass, and when Pyrocynical is presumed to have asked what his favorite image was, Ivory states how it was probably the second you sent, meaning there were other images he sent. So once again, Pyrocynical sent instances of furry pornography to a 16-year-old when he was 20. Now, to make a clear definition, the furry art in which Pyrocynical and Ivory were sharing and exchanging was one another was inherently fetishistic and sexual. When the word thick is referenced, yeah, sure. Okay, yes, I agree with you. Please shut the fuck up. Dude, fuck. Part of the problem is, like, it's like swimming uphill, because, like, Parlo'S an autistic freak who's like, dude, I'm just sat here being like, please, Parlo, this document does not need to be 300 pages long, okay? You can go, dude, what you could have done, and what Parlo should have done, very simply, is gone, hey, here's a 300-page document with everything. Here is a Dark Viper length document with less, okay? Here are the key points, and here is some evidence for them. There's a ton more evidence and a ton more reason why we know these things, which I can link to the document. You can read the whole thing yourself, but here are the key points. Fuck me. So it's over 300 now, Stevens. It's 320 pages. Parlo has 25 pages on KF in 2 months. Lamau. 14 pages or less, yeah. I'm assuming you mean or less. Apparently he's making an abridged version. Jesus fucking Christ. Ooh, okay. Cigarette break. It's over 320! What's everyone's thoughts so far? How are we doing, guys? Anyone watching this feel like unsubbing? I wouldn't fucking blame you. Christ, why do I do this to myself? What the fuck is wrong with me? Mudahar went from 30 pages to 95, lol. Wow. Hold on a second. Wait, what? Give me a second. Holy shit. No fucking way. Dude, okay. What you are hearing is me live responding to being sent something. And I can... Oh, fucking hell. Okay. Dude. Okay. Dude, okay, I'm completely fucking stun locked. I'm completely fucking stun locked by something. And okay. Okay, give me a second. I need to write back to something. Holy fuck. Get a timeline as I understand it for you tomorrow. Okay. Okay. Dude. He just saw a second tower fall. That's potentially not an understatement. That's potentially not an understatement at all. Okay. Right. Dude. I have Dude. Dude, this could be... Can I share? I can't. I literally, you are listening to me. If I wasn't live, I would be saying this to myself in a room, okay? I'd be like, dude, can I give you a hint? Okay. So, if what I'm being sent and being told is legitimate, there might be a very, very interesting video coming. Okay? Of somebody we have looked at previously. And I didn't think I would be able to do. But, yeah, fuck me. Dude. Incredible. Hydro Dance with 5. Just sharing something I learned in Chuli's stream. Jar's terrified of becoming a cuck. Alright, leaving now, enjoy. Thank you, Hydro Dance. Thank you for the 5. Dude. Dude. What? Also, the cuck thing? Dude, I'm completely broken. I've been DM'd by about... Dude, I've been DM'd by like a ton of... What the fuck are you talking about? What's going on? And I'm like, dude, I will tell some of you later. Okay? Holy fuck. That's crazy. That is crazy. Okay. Well, we'll get there. Fuck. Oh, dude. Dude, I never say this, but it potentially you are going to want to subscribe for this. Oh, dude. Dude, I'm fucking so excited now. Okay, I came back to read this shit, but I am so fully like, dude, nothing in this document is going to top what I just fucking read. Nothing. Give me a second. Let me write back to this. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay. 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 Let's fucking go! Okay. It's gonna be so fucking good! Okay. Dude. Dude. It's gonna be so good. Okay. Uh, t- 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 uh, Okay. Okay. I'll refocus. You sound so excited. Bro, I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. And it's okay. It's something that for a couple of reasons I never thought I'd be able to do anything about, and I think now I can. I think now there is a chance I can actually do something about it. Okay. Okay, listen, we're gonna go back to this document, which is in no way as interesting as what I've just been told. Beckett isn't paying attention to the chat and not realizing people think he's reacting to me sending him my dick pic. I mean, I fucking God knows what that reaction would look like. It's so good. It's gonna be so good. I am, yeah, 100%. Let's okay, let's go. We're gonna lock in, chat. We're gonna lock in. It's fine. Directly, let's lock the fuck in. Bro. I actually can't. Okay. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Okay. Okay. Now I'm locked in. Whew. Now, to make a clear distinction, the furry art in which Pyrocynical and Ivory were sharing and exchanging with one another was inherently fetishistic and sexual, with the word thick is referenced. It overt sexual connotations because it is an image that both Pyrocynical and Ivory had masturbated to. What did I miss, and why is Becky losing his marvels? Dude, good evening, Magical. I just got sent something that's crazy. The thick art they reference is closely related to fetishistic sexual content, and they closely correlate, as Ivory puts it. If they're good at porn, they'll probably be good with inflation fetish content. Sure, I haven't gotten porn in a while. Okay. Ivory was seen in March 13, 2019, specifically stating that he had not received porn for a while, and then followed up by requesting that Niall send him thick content, showing a succinct correlation between pornographic content and fetishistic thick content. Right after Ivory discusses the topic of pornographic content being sent to him, he is then seen immediately asking for thick content. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Beckett needs to rename this stream to Edging Chat Live. Bro, I'm so sorry, guys. I am so sorry. Dude, you will find out. I promise. I promise. Ivory is seen admitting that when he was 17 to Pyrocynical, who was 21, as mentioned earlier, that he masturbated and uttered numerous times to not safe for work furry pornography, in which Pyrocynical had sent them. Ivory stated that it was forever ago, so it was presumed that this happened when Ivory was 15 to 16. Okay, so these are the messages here. That is censored, but let's be careful. That is furry dog nutting. That is on the next page inflation shit. Holy fuck. Bro. Above, the first conversations to cover was sent April 5th, 2018, when Ivory was 17 years, 3 months old, and Pyrocynical was 21, 2 months old. In these messages, Ivory is seen discussing with Pyro about hiring a furry artist to commission furry fetish art of their characters, together with Pyrocynical's thick sonar. Sitting on Ivory's thin sonar in which the art would derive sexual arousal. As discerned from the messages, Pyrocynical agreed. However, he wanted to have messy food dribbling down his sonar's stomach when sitting on Ivory. The idea that the creation of this content was not for the purpose of sexual arousal is simply untrue. Both Pyrocynical and Ivory made it clear in DMs about how this content sexually stimulated them. As seen in the messages, Pyrocynical was perfectly fine with commissioning furry fetish art as a minor of his character. Ivory is seen talking about the commission fees and discussing payment methods, and then asking Pyro if he should tell him if they're going to do it or not, to which it is assumed Pyro says yes, in which warrants Ivory saying hell ye in the replies. The constant compliments of good boy is something inherently suggestive and flirtatious, and shows what kind of tone these conversations had in terms of sexual undertones. On the 23rd of October 2017, Ivory is seen posting a sketch of the selective fetish image of his character and Pyrocynical's character. Okay. Bro. Totally broken. Does Beckett know the curtains are still up? Yeah, I'm just trying to be careful here. I think we can bring them down. So you can just see I'm reading this stuff. The amount of furry DGen material is too high. Dude, Sapient, you are so fucking totally right. It is agonizing. There is way too much of it. Way too much of it. Okay. In the first message presented left on the 8th of September 2017, Ivory and Pyrocynical were seen sending erotic roleplay DMs to one another, ERPing. This was 2 months after Ivory made his age known to Pyro. Ivory was seen stating how he wanted to have anal sex with Pyrocynical's fox sonar and wanted to eat him out. Despite Pyrocynical having systematically deleted his messages, it is very clear that he continued to be complicit in ERP, with Pyrocynical believed to have mentioned that he had a suggestive furry fetish image with Ivory, asking him to send that too, to which Pyro did, with Ivory making comments about the gas present in it. Ivory would have been 16 years, 4 months old, and Pyrocynical would have been 20 years, 3 months old. Bro. And DeviantArt now, dude. In the second message presented right, Pyrocynical is assumed to have sent Ivory yet another instance of a pornographic image, to which Ivory is seen making comments about the massive ass. This was followed by Pyrocynical asking if he could send more, with Ivory stating, "Do send, ooh woo." Hey Lanza. With Pyrocynical being presumed to have sent more content, with Ivory stating in the response, "Ooh, goddamn," acknowledging the wrinkles and the bulge present. These messages transpired on November the 2nd, 2017, meaning Ivory was 16 years, 6 months old, and Pyrocynical was 20. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're gonna watch some of Pyrocynical's response. We're actually going to watch some of Pyrocynical's response. I want to know the Ivory situation again 5 years later. What the fuck? Yeah. So Beckett, what's your reaction so far to this doc? Parlo loops a lot and shows weirdly more evidence than he actually needs to. There is so much here that is just like a confession from Pyro. So much of this stuff seems to have been glossed over, and I hate to say this, I can't believe I'm saying this. Parlo is right. There is a clear fucking double standard over the fact that Pyro seems to have walked away from this, because like the argument became legality rather than kind of like the fact that like he clearly crosses like serious social normative stuff that we've all sort of agreed is bad, which we would
crucify any other creator for. Yeah, that seems pretty pretty clear. Okay, we're gonna watch some of this response. I just want to see bits of it. I want to see the general like cadence and everything else.
Ivory sexual in any way in person. I never had a plan to progress our friendship into something more, and I never considered it an issue. I understand though that, you know, this is going to be one of those weird grey areas where people are going to agree or disagree. I think it's a combination of all of these variables coming together, which led me to believe at the time there was nothing wrong from a moral standpoint. As for the other message, I don't remember seeing this message, and I'm not sure why it's being used as proof that I knew he was 15.
Just being like,
because
Lanza's just here to fucking agitate, and I am all here from it. All here for it. I respect it. I respect the fucking hustle.
The dates, this message was sent 2 months after he sent me his link with his age in bio. The last 2 points for this segment, I want to tackle both at once here as well. Pyrocynical, who at the time was expressing interest in Ivory and being in a relationship with him at the time, which was corroborated by Pyrocynical's at the time soon-to-be girlfriend, still never knew Ivory's age. An age with Ida clearly acknowledged, and an age which she thought would not dissuade him from being in a relationship with Ivory. Somehow Ivory never mentioned his age, and no one else mentioned his age in the presence of Pyrocynical outside of all these clear instances, even once. So here they're trying to make it seem impossible I wouldn't have known his age, or had to do some kind of like insane mental gymnastics to never find out. But if you look at the DMs Ivory provided himself for this document, you can see that he's confiding with Ida about age being a problem. Keep in mind as well, I was not in a relationship with Ida until about mid-2019. This document claims it as soon to be, but like, it's a whole 2 years before we actually start dating, and 2 whole years before this conversation took place. I mean, we both talked before, but we weren't close. She had no reason to confide with me with someone else's private information. So back when Ivory opened up to Ida about something private, there is no guarantee that she would have came and told me, despite the fact that this document and videos based off this document claim it as concrete, irrefutable proof.
This right here tells me that the conversation is real, thus proving that Pyro did know of Ida's age.
But the conversation was between Ida and Ivory, so, you know, Ida may have not told Pyro.
Yeah, that claim's flat out retarded. I mean, at this point you're implying that Ida has some sort of secret vendetta to take down Pyro and purposefully withdrew this information in order to bring him down. Kinda fucking ridiculous, don't you think?
Why would Ida think to tell me about a random conversation that she had with someone over 2 years ago? The messages from Ivory regarding a relationship were completely one-sided. If it helps for context, because we're being so open here, I'm straight, IRL, like...
Fucking what? If it helps for the context, like, I am actually not a homosexual. It's like, I'm just into, you know, furry inflation fetish... Dude. Bro. It's a fucking horror show.
I have no interest in guys. This
How the fuck did he get, like, how was this response enough? Straight IRL. Pyro did nothing wrong, thanks Lanza. Straight, yeah, it's like those people who are like, listen, I'm straight all the time unless I have a drink, okay? What's Lanza's actual view on this? Lanza, do you think Pyro is guilty? Lanza, say in chat now. Speak now or forever hold your peace, bro. He's gay in fiction.
This is just purely like a weird fantasy, and it does not carry over into the real world whatsoever. But one thing there is no excuse about is Ida attacking Ivory in DMs once he posted about me. What she said is deplorable, and I don't agree with it at all. It did come from an emotional place, but that is not an excuse. Now, one way the document tries to criticize my initial statement is the fact that I used evidence that was later retracted. One of them was a Twitter thread of someone trying to prove that I was innocent, and someone else is an individual that Ivory had sent kink stuff to. The thing is though, with this information retracted, my original statement isn't debunked. The document fixates on this specific fact that people withdrew information while ignoring so many points like what I mentioned earlier. On top of that as well, the person who made the thread defending me recently came out and said at no point did he actually apologize for making that thread, and his words have been twisted and put in this document to be used against him. The reason why I used these Twitter screenshots again...
But hold on.
But wasn't all of, like, some of the retraction down to, like, pressure? I think that the Ivory shit was sus, but nothing worth a lost YouTube career over. Okay. But the French girl shit is nuts. I'm low-key surprised no one knew about none of that until recently. Wait, hold on. I thought that, like, bro, the screenshots have been out there for a minute, dog. Yeah. Bro. Unless some new shit with Ivory came up in the doc that I haven't read yet. That's that. But the French girl stuff, how did the French girl stuff get sweeped? I do not understand this. Stop yelling, I have trauma. Sorry. Ah! Okay. I'm only getting Discord chat, guys. Oh, you're saying to Lanza stop yelling. He always types in chat. French girl is a lot stronger than Ivory? Yeah, I think that's true.
Against him is the fact that I felt his accusations came from a place of dishonesty. We spoke casually on and off until September of this year. I provided screenshots of our conversations that were posted in my Reddit statement. There was no bad blood. And then when other people came out on Twitter saying that they also had dishonest experiences with him, I used that to further my own belief that these accusations were made for the sake of it. Me including the anecdotal evidence led to the belief that Ivory lied about his age. That is never a claim I have made that he has done to me. I've only said that I did not know his age at 15, which in turn has caused more people to believe that I lied in my original statement. I just want to say though, this is not an excuse. It is entirely my responsibility to verify it.
It got swept because Keemstar kept getting the ages wrong back then. Yeah, that's my take as well. That's my take as well.
Age. But this never escalated from two morons talking about inhaling furry farts, and I never intended it to. Ergo, grooming. There's a message that was used of me basically having a breakdown that was put in Ivory's original post, saying pretty much how everyone's going to find out and I have to keep looking over my shoulder, like my paranoia was through the roof. And this has been twisted, of course, to make it seem that I am guilty for grooming a 15-year-old. I think it's quite obvious what, like, I'm actually worried about. I didn't want the public to find out that I was a complete degenerate and into this, like, furry roleplay shit. And yeah, anyone would be embarrassed by that. I haven't had any conversations remotely resembling this for the past 3 years. But of course, I still did and still kind of do hate myself for it. That being said, over the last couple of weeks, I've learned to embrace it because that's all I can do now. Now, this is a good time actually to discuss a Discord conversation that was leaked where I'm asking someone for a way to like mass delete Discord messages. Very obvious.
Okay, yes. This I actually would like an answer to.
This explanation. I was shit scared of the public finding out that I was a complete degenerate. And, you know, pretty much just being kink shamed for all eternity. But this has now been twisted.
No, come on. No. Fuck off. No, hold on. Hold the fuck on. In these messages, he is actively telling this person to delete them as the conversation goes on. Fuck off. Dude, I was just scared. I was scared of the public finding out. Bro, what? You were doing this with multiple people, but you were only redacting from like this particular chat? No, I don't believe it for a second.
Twisted into like me trying to hide evidence of grooming to escape internet justice. They're trying to make it out to be far more insidious than it actually is, and it's sick. People seem to be choosing like what part of my statement to run with instead of acknowledging all of it. They twist what they want to twist, misinterpret what they want to misinterpret, and then they just ignore the rest. I'm just again amazed how people read this document and just believed it at face value. The problem is I have with this drama that there is no middle ground. Originally, Ivory was labelled as a manipulative clout chaser that could do no wrong because people chose to believe my screenshots over his.
And you turned out to be what a lot of people were calling you from the start. A clout chaser trying to ruin someone's career on YouTube, let alone...
Bro. How did this get so far? How did this get so far? Why? Look, dude, did any of the YouTubers who were covering it this time, like, fucking, like, think, hey, maybe calling a 15, 16-year-old a clout chaser from talking... Dude, what?
On the internet for attention.
But now those same people are saying I'm guilty because they read this document and didn't bother to cross-reference it with my original statement.
Not only is there proof of Pyro knowing that Ivory was underage, but definitive proof that the messages were real, along with other damning evidence too.
And also, these are the same people that say, I shouldn't take my time with this response.
It's gone too far and too much has come out for him to take his time with it, like he did with his last response.
There needs to be a middle ground. I did fuck up. There is no excuse, and I am sorry for that. But I am not a groomer or a predator, and...
Okay. Okay, here's the problem with this. It's like, I don't know if I'd, like, we've got, like, really strong words for these things. And again, do I think that pyrocynical, like, would I use the word pedo? No, probably not. It's like, I'm really careful with this. I have form for this as my... I have consistency. But it's like, you're sending sexual images to a minor and normalizing those conversations with them. What the fuck do you think grooming is? Like, it may not be like Pyro's intention, but that's the outcome, isn't it? And aren't these messages between him and Ivory, like, kind of damning? Because between him and Ivory, you've got a situation where Ivory is clearly asking him to send more images. That would suggest very strongly that that conversation has become normalized. Predator is like a thing. Like, is it targeted? I don't know. Like, my understanding is that Pyro did this with everyone. He didn't give a fuck. He just wanted to goon. Being a degen to a minor, knowing or otherwise, is bad. Yeah. No shit.
Documents like these only try to show one side and build a narrative that I'm a liar when I have never actually changed my story from my original post. My mistake, if anything, was not being clearer. I have never tried to hide anything. This document has managed to fool so many people. Like, you've got this person that came to all my meet and greets and they're dressed up as my character. The effort they went to was insane. But thanks to this document, they've recently came out claiming that I was only nice to them because I had an ulterior motive. The document also tackles a tweet Ivory made where he says he hates me and I'm a leech. This was a copy pasta and it was like so easy to disprove. The majority of people found out as soon as you like copy pasted the actual tweet into the search bar. I didn't even think to mention this in my original statement because it was totally beside the point. I think it was included here as a way to make Ivory's claims seem more genuine without having to do any actual work. Why would you try so hard to debunk a claim 20 people complained about on Twitter, but yet ignore the fact that I provided exact dates of my Twitter suspension? Another argument Pyrocynical made lies in the idea that Ivory messages other people of similar age around the same time. They then show a screenshot that I posted of Ivory talking about the cringer furry stuff with someone else. Ivory then posted the rest of the conversation on Twitter, and it really...
The reason Pyro was able to get through this was because he didn't know that Ivory was 15, and when he eventually learned his age, he was now 16, which is legal age of consent in the UK. So Pyro thought it was okay to keep up the talks. Yeah, I don't. I don't, bro. Dude, I do not think that that is a fucking argument that Pyro could... Dude, I'm amazed. I'm amazed that Pyro got away with this. This is the first I've ever really looked at this. I'm actually stunned. I'm fucking staggered. Bro.
really doesn't change the narrative much, apart from adding that he wants to be left alone. At the time, I felt it was more than fair that I show an example of Ivory having a similar conversation with someone else, and how he wasn't affected by it as he claims he was with me. He still excused the guy, there was no call-out post on him, and I think it was fair to question that, like, why didn't he see a problem? Now...
Hold on.
When was this? 2017. With who? Well, bro, what do you mean? In apparently the document, you knew about a load of other instances of minors interacting with adults and having sex with them. What do you mean? I think it's fair to ask why he didn't call that. Bro, why didn't you fucking call any of this out? What do you mean? Bro, this is fucking insane. Going to bed, but join me for a smoke first. So true, Kicking. I definitely need a fucking cigarette. Bro.
And how he wasn't affected by it as he claims he was with me. He still excused the guy, there was no call-out post on him, and I think it was fair to question that, like, why didn't he see a problem? Now, I understand I have a lot more reach and power, a much larger platform, but this document goes as far as to compare me to legitimate predators, like Kiwis. Someone who sent and received nudes to a 14-year-old girl, lied about it ever happening, and then his excuse was, don't trust girls.
People fuck up, like, teenagers are stupid, man, and I fucked up being, you know, it was really irresponsible. I shouldn't have trusted this girl. I shouldn't have.
They also post a screenshot of Ida saying that I did this with everyone. There's this one part of the doc that claims that people make the mistake of not watching an entire video before they pass judgment. And this is like bitterly ironic. You make that claim, but you leave so much out of my original statement. It's written with like such cruel intentions, and it waits until page 16 out of 19, only then to confirm that I never actually sent or received nudes. I like as well how they just hid it in the middle of that huge paragraph. It also tries to twist conversations like this one. You know, like claiming that this isn't part of the roleplay, but discussing the hypothetical of having sex with Ivory. No context, no conversation before, no conversation after. You're just meant to interpret this as 100%.
Wait, hold on.
It waits until page 16 out of 19, only then to confirm that I never actually sent or received nudes. I like as well how they just hid it in the middle of that.
But you did send pornography. You did send pornography to this person, Pyro. The fact that you didn't send nudes is almost like a fucking... Like, sure, great, well done. You did the bare minimum of not sending pornography, of not sending nudes, but you sent other shit.
That huge paragraph. It also tries to twist conversations like this one. You know, like claiming that this isn't part of the roleplay, but discussing the hypothetical of having sex with Ivory. No context, no conversation before, no conversation after. You're just meant to interpret this as 100% I wanted to have sex with him in person. This document probably never thought I'd actually respond to it piece by piece because, you know, the majority of the messages, they're so fucking bad to look at. This document is cowardly. I mean, like, the ending is no exception. Like, they don't even definitively state if I groomed anyone. They just leave enough room for people.
Is Pyrocynical a groom? Well, I first stated no. After these leaks, I don't feel comfortable saying no. That being said, Ivory's basic messages can be legitimately proven to be true when he was 15 years old. Pyrocynical messaged a 15-year-old sexually, but as Pyrocynical's own girlfriend states. What? Dude.
To draw that conclusion themselves without openly saying it. Even if this was made in good faith, it is a severe case of tunnel vision trying to right a perceived wrong. But I can't just sit here, you know, and let my name get dragged through the mud. On a side note, unrelated to this doc, I've actually seen screenshots circulating around of someone who drew like fan art of my Fox character back in 2016. I then apparently replied to them, like jokingly saying not thick enough, and then asking for their age, and they said 15. So when people saw this, they instantly drew parallels to the grooming allegation. I asked them for a thick version, and they drew this, which isn't even really that different from previous things they drew before even getting into contact with me. I didn't commission it. What was drawn wasn't pornographic. They'd drawn very similar stuff before, and there was no roleplay here. It was nothing. And the thing is, this wasn't even a call-out post. The person that made the original video just said...
Wait, sorry, what?
Thick. Replied to them, like jokingly related to this doc. I've actually seen screenshots circulating around of someone who drew like fan art of my Fox character back in 2016. I then apparently replied to them, like jokingly saying not thick enough, and then asking for their age, and they said 15. So when people saw this, they instantly drew parallels to the grooming allegation. I asked them for a thick...
Well, wouldn't they? What do you mean? They instantly drew parallels to the other things I'd done involving a What? Well, the problem was that Keem was saying he'd released the French girl interview, and people were like, okay, we'll wait and see. The French girl went back and forth on being released, and eventually, okay. Yeah, I don't like this argument of, well, if it's ERP, that's somehow different.
Version, and they drew this, which isn't even really that different from previous things they drew before even getting into contact with me. I didn't commission it. What was drawn wasn't pornographic. They'd drawn very similar stuff before, and there was no roleplay here. It was nothing. And the thing is, this wasn't even a call-out post. The person that made...
Wait, has he completely glossed over what's in these fucking messages? So he's moved on. He's moved on away from the messages of what he actually sent. And then just moves on to, like, the commissioning stuff. Dude. Okay, look, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead a little bit, because I want to find out where this is. So, like, through all these messages, essentially, where is this? We're just coming up to it. I can't show you this. Because I can't... So, all of these are censored, except for one, on page 45. I can, like... The message between Ivory and Pyrocynical was seen instigating conversation about commissioning furry art of their characters. It is evident when Ivory is seen responding with, oh yeah, but how would he commission it? That Nell had originally brought up the idea of a possible commission piece. Yeah, like... This was actively sent and, like, put out there. She believed Ivory not to... I like it. Ivory is then seeing ooh after his messages implying that Pyrocynical had sent more instances, with Ivory specifically stating that he loved the first one he sent, directly implying that Pyrocynical had sent numerous images of furry fetish content. But, bro, you sent hardcore pornography to somebody. Like, who at the time was like, when is this? When they were 16. The fuck did you get away with this? It's fucking wild. Okay. 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 But Your Honor, Ivory was 16 and legal age of consent in 16 in UK is 16, so that's why Pyro is good. Are we really just going by the fucking legal argument? Like, if somebody's not breaking the law? Like, what if you're in a country? What if somebody seriously came out? Like, if you had a fucking Japanese YouTuber and they were like, yeah, sure, they were 13, but the age of consent... No one would accept that. That's fucking mental. What? That's literally how it went down back then? Oh, dude, I'm fucking... This is ridiculous. Dude. Okay. Okay. I want to... Okay, that's the Ivory stuff. That's the Ivory stuff. Pyrocynical committed a crime. He admits he knew Ivory being 16, which he later seek... Okay. Red flags, whatever. His own response video confirms he continued to engage. Ivory attested on Twitter. Okay. I don't care. I personally do not care right now about litigating the legal stuff. I'm sorry, I just don't. Not sure, but UK laws been in my state. He's been getting class 4 felonies, blah, blah, blah. I've read automated abundantly clear that he contacted police in regards to the situation, forwarding them significant proof of information. Does anyone here care about this at all? Like, Pyrocynical committed a crime, or can we move on with our lives? I feel like we can move on with our lives. I'm gonna change the size of this a little bit. Bring it down. Yeah, I think we're fine with that. Not really either. You think so or not? Yeah, like, again, I don't want to litigate the legal stuff because I just don't think it's worth it. If somebody wants to make, oh, he should go to fucking he's not in prison, it got reported to the police, apparently no one gave a shit, okay? Okay, let's go Pyrocynical lied. Exhibits the behavior of a compulsive liar. He originally lied about never dating a 14-year-old French girl, to which the girl Lou attests he did, and managed to gaslight his fan base into thinking it was all some nefarious lie created by Keemstar, despite the situation being completely true. Keemstar just botched the situation, leaving Pyrocynical wiggle room to escape with no criticism. However, in reference to the Ivory situation first, Pyrocynical's only major alibi for how he did not know Ivory was 15 was that when Ivory made his age consistently known on Twitter, Pyrocynical claims at the time tweets had been created, he was suspended, blah, blah, blah. We've read this already. No, we haven't. You're just repeating yourself a lot. Let's see. Okay, so that's a Reddit post for the French girl stuff. They then provide a list of Ivory stating his age multiple times. Sure. Pyrocynical decided to play the plausible deniability card when it came to the question of if he knew Ivory's age. Then can possibly have seen the tweets he was on Twitter. Sure, we've been over this, over and over this. Sure, but hello, I just agree with you. That's fine. I agree with you. Please stop fucking talking. Dude, so can someone rewrite this document who isn't completely fucking brain dead? A lot of this document is redundant. Yes, it is. He discusses what's happened on Twitter account, suspended. Sure. You cannot prove that he saw the thing, and it doesn't matter. Not only did Pyrocynical flat out lie in a response video, claims he did not access Twitter in the time frame. Whatever. I again do not fucking care. As stated Ivory in his deleted tweet log, he stated that Pyrocynical knew a lot of personal information in regards he knew his full name. This could be supported by Pyrocynical referred to Ivory as Mason. This is also followed by Pyrocynical offering to get on a call numerous times, with Ivory attesting himself that he had called Pyrocynical and would oftentimes speak to him in VC. Sure, I mean, again, they're sure. I'm sure they spoke. They're fucking DMing pornography to each other, bro. As seen currently, Ivory made it clear to Pyrocynical numerous times that he was in school. Okay, the problem with this point, very simply, is that Pyro's like 19 at the time, right? So I'm still in school can mean like college or like being like 17, 18. There's no reason, realistically, if Pyro is 19 for him to assume, just like, he could have checked, he should have checked, but it's not enough there for him to be like, well, that's when he would have thought that Ivory was like 14, 15, 16 kind of thing. It's just, it's too much of a jump. It's too much of a jump. A user named Sam, close to Ivory and Pyrocynical's friend group at the time, testified that according to them, it was unanimously known by them that Ivory was 15. Okay, that's interesting. Niall sent similar furry not safe to work for me. I was 18 at the time, so no issue there. In probably early 2017, me, Ivory, and Niall were all in and out of the same friend group, and it does not shock me that the same content was sent to others. It was known to all of us that Ivory was 15. Sam also attested that Niall Pyrocynical, okay, that's actually a lot stronger, has sent them furry fetish not safe for work content to them, as well as when he was 18. this is added as an additional witness testimony and context to Pyrocynical's history of sending furry not safe for work content to numerous people, in which is attested by himself and even his girlfriend being Ida. Another extremely large red flag that isn't referenced nearly enough was the fact that Ivory had specifically specified directly to Pyrocynical about the fact that he wouldn't be allowed in bars in the UK. Okay, but again, that doesn't mean that Ivory is 15. Testimony, where's the evidence? So, part of the evidence, I would argue, and this is circumstantial, right? This is circumstantial, is that this all happens in the Discord server of Shiv Shob, or whatever the fucking hell their name is, who is a 15-year-old, and Pyro meets this person through that person, and everyone seems well aware of the age of the server owner. So it seems that they were all discussing their ages within that friendship group. Okay. Okay, sure. This is all age stuff. This is more of the same. Okay, we're actually going to jump ahead. I don't think this is relevant to me or my sanity. Okay. We're gonna continue on the trend of, if it's something that I do not care about and probably doesn't matter, then we're gonna jump. What's this? What's this? Niall has shown no restraint thus far or even concern behind his actions as deciphered by these archived DMs, where Pyrocynical was seen questioning his actions or Ivory's age. After May 6, 2017, he was instead continuing to engage sexually with someone who was openly made it clear they were unable to access 18+ venues without needing fake credentials. Yeah. Sure. When getting in contact with Saku, who was close friends with Ivory at the time and someone who was also closely associated with Pyrocynical, even featuring in old videos of his, he attests that Pyrocynical knew Ivory was 15 the entire time. However, the proof has been lost to time as Pyrocynical systematically wiped all his messages in old Discord group chats. Keep in mind there is absolutely no incentive for Saku to lie, considering the fact that he was extremely close to Niall in 2016-2017. Niall had even allegedly asked him sexually provocative questions when he was 15 too, which will be detailed later. Holy fucking shit. Matt with the 5, when I was Pyro's age in this doc, both parties involved would have been legal minors for same-sex relations in the UK. When I was Pyro's age in the stock, both parties involved would have been legal minors. Well, no, they wouldn't. Pyro would have been an adult. Pyro was 19. He was an adult. He's legally an adult in the UK. Dude. The Ida is a secretary... what are these fucking names? Is just Pyrocynical is dating a scammer. Okay. Okay. Fuck me. Pyrocynical's fans harassment. Bro, so much of this could have been a fucking email. The harassment Ivory Rasmus have received for the entire situation in regards to Pyrocynical allegations has been nothing short of atrocious and absolutely disgusting. No other fan base has subjected a victim to such unrelated harassment. That's not fucking true. Insults and victim blaming as Pyrocynical's community has not once had any safeguarding been placed to protect Ivory from the constant bombardment that befell him. Dude. Classic Parlo segue. Got to attack the fans. Fuck. Why did Parlo have to be the one who wrote this? Such insults made towards Ivory seek to discredit his situation by claiming him to be a clout chaser, which is a claim oftentimes made by members of Pyrocynical's fanbase at people they dislike, so they can belittle and shut down any justified criticisms towards Niall about his long history of problematic behavior. Okay. Pyrocynical's fanbase also seek to claim that Ivory was mentally ill. Sure, well, obviously, bro. What page are we on? 81. Okay, give me 2 seconds. So I'm dealing with like 3 things at once, and I've just had something like pretty major break. What is going on with this week? I took a week off, and now everything's just sort of exploded, and I'm like, okay, fuck. Do you need a relief picture? I fucking... Okay, here's what we're doing. We are going to get through as much of this document as we can, because you can see me skipping things. Partly because this section is fucking ridiculous, but I'm going to go and have a conversation with somebody at 7 o'clock, so we are wrapping by then. Because the thing that I've just been told is legitimately, I can't believe I'm saying this, far more interesting than the Pyrocynical document. And so, what we're going to do is this. We're going to get through as much of this document as we can, and we're going to start picking it apart as best we can over the next hour and 40-ish minutes. And to do that, we're going to start skipping sections, because some of this Ivory stuff is just, dude, we've done it. This didn't need to be this long. We're getting on to the conclusion of this. Then we're going to move on to the next shit. And then we are going to wrap at 7, okay? Stop edging. Dude, I'm sat here edging myself. Actually unreal. Actually unreal. Okay. 1 second. This. Oh, fuck. Thank you so much for this. Thanks for being patient, guys. I promise you, it is worth it. God damn it, why can't you say normal things? Hey, wifey, how you doing? Okay. Let's go. Conclusions regarding Ivory. Yeah, we get it. Doesn't matter, okay? Okay, is this is the scammer section. Ida was a popular furry artist, blah, 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 blah. I don't care about literally any of this. Page 127, is that where we're going? Right. Arcani and Lanza will get told about this, most probably, by the way. So, like, at least you guys aren't going to be edged too hard. You fucking... Arcani's like, listen, we got a gaming session tomorrow, Beckett. You better fucking... you better explain what the fuck is going to go on. I thought you were going to be gone for a week. I have been gone for a week. It's just like a working week. But I got back today. I got back today and went live, because there's something wrong with me. One of the biggest lies Pyrocynical has pushed when he has successfully managed to gaslight his entire audience into thinking the French girl did not exist. Still to this day, people consistently claim that the French girl situation was false and debunked. Because Keemstar was fed conflicting information from third-party sources presented on Skype and ended up botching the situation by constantly switching between ages. Pyrocynical then heavily attempted to discredit the situation by ad homing homing into Keemstar's inconsistencies to paint a narrative that it was entirely baseless and false. However, the French girl did in fact exist. Lou was present on Twitter under the alias Ectofrog and confirms the fact that she was the French girl. Her old Twitter account, before she deactivated, was called Fly La Mouche and had the Twitter tag at Dumphoria67, linked to a Twitter confirming the fact that she was the French girl. So we can see this. Niall and I ended in 2015. Beginning of 2015 each. Okay, so they existed, okay? Lou is seen stating that she originally dated Niall around the beginning of 2015, then stated she broke off the relationship with Pyrocynical in 2015, 2 weeks later. Lou was born on July 14th, 2021, and Pyrocynical was born on May 14th, 1997, meaning that the age gap between them was 4 years, 2 months. When Pyrocynical would have originally dated Lou, Lou would have just turned 14 and Pyrocynical would have been 18. Bro. How are you not cooked? Give us a tiny hint. Give us a tiny hint. Okay. Oh, dude. Tiny hint. Okay. Somebody has sent me some information which may fill in some gaps. Potentially has some gaps which may lead me to making a Leadhead video. Okay? That's your, like, I'm not telling you what I've been sent, but it may fill in some of the gaps that I was missing to allow me to actually effectively do that. So if I'm sat here going fucking crazy, it's because the only thing I have been able to find out is in pieces, and I may actually be able to do something. Okay? So, for those of you who are like, why is he edging? Why is he doing all this? Listen, dude. I have potentially crazy, okay? I've never run to DMs so fast. Yes, wifey. Yes, wifey. Yes, wifey. Okay. Anyway. Lou was born July 14th, 2021. Pyrocynical. Okay. Okay. The age gap is inherently predatory and absolutely disgusting. For reference, a 14-year-old is an early adolescent and young teenager. Are they, Parlo? That's crazy! That's crazy, Parlo! I can't believe it. Isn't 4 years the Frenchman to senior age gap like that's so normal in schools? I do not know what the fuck is going on in American schools. I actually checked this recently. I went and talked to somebody and asked about this and was like, do you think that's normal? And this is somebody who's like 19, by the way, who I happen to know through the comments page, and they were like, no, that's fucking crazy. In the UK, that would be seen as so fucking... An 18-year-old dating a 14-year-old? No, that's fucking insane. I'm sorry, that's so wild. That's so wild. You would absolutely be calling that person a nonce if that happened in a school. I do not accept... Dude, I feel like this is a narrative that's spun by people who, like... Do you know what I think it is? I think, unironically, I think it's lockdowns that have done this. I think it is lockdowns that have done this, and maybe things like the Pyrocynical drama, because there's no way that can be seen as normal. Oh, bro. Okay. There were like 8 pregnant 15-year-olds in my school, often dating seniors. Yes, and that's that shouldn't be acceptable. It's my argument, okay? Maybe it's regional. Fuck. Okay, sure. A 14-year-old does not have the mental cognitive present to understand the possible ramifications of engaging in a relationship with older individuals that in turn makes them susceptible to forms of manipulation and vulnerable to either intentional or even unintentional forms of abuse or control or influence exerted over the other party. 14-year-olds are oftentimes developmentally underdeveloped compared to 18-year-olds who are coming out of puberty. The difference is maturity and mannerisms, forms of massive maturity and power dynamic. The idea that a 14-year-old and an 18-year-old can date as long as it's platonic, only romantic-driven, does a disservice and attempts to discredit how predatory the age gap dynamic is. Regardless, there is no logical excuse for an 18-year-old legally capable of their own actions and who has the full mental cognitive behind their actions to engage in any relationship with a newly turned 14-year-old. The age gap would be severely criticized and looked down upon by a court of public opinion. I'm also really not sure you get away with it legally. Like, I don't know if you get prosecuted, but dude, that's fucking crazy. Autistic clarification: before 1994, when I was 23, UK age of gay consent was 21. Pyro's still a pred, by the way. Thank you for the 5, Matt. I'm gonna have to you here. It shouldn't be acceptable due to the obvious risks and harms. However, I don't believe all instances of these age gaps are malicious or predatory in nature. I'm not saying that it's about malicious or predatoriness. I'm saying the fact that, like, okay, if you were a YouTube creator doing this, I think that, like, if we're talking about YouTube creators doing this, I think everyone's going to get fucking torn apart for it. Bro. Lands are trying to steal the golden broomstick from Colossal is Sweepy. Chud has radicalized me. TDP, what are your opinions so far? TPD, dude. This is fucking... I cannot believe that Pyro managed to get away with this. I'm actually shocked. Was he not cooked? Can we please ban Gamma? I sweep 24/7 for my own entertainment. Okay. As seen in this tweet, Lou is seen establishing the fact that this was their Twitter account by replying to a tweet 8-Bit Ryan made in reply to an old defunct account and saying the way this is from 2015 I was 14, further adding validity to the fact that she was 14 to 15 when she started dating Pyrocynical. As seen in this tweet, Lou is seen further referencing her old defunct account in which Anything for Views had mentioned on Twitter in a reply to deleted Keemstar tweet. Lou is seen stating, Chad, I shouldn't have listened to you. This further corroborates the fact that she ran the account. As shown in the screenshots on the left, the Twitter user Dumforia contacted profile shows that the alias was Flylamushi, showing their Skype had the tag, I believe you. I believe you. Fuck me. In 2015, it was known by people who interacted with Lou's account that she was 13 turning 14 in 2015, that her birthday was on July 14th, as indicated by the deleted tweet she made where she announced it was her birthday. She never obfuscated this information, and her followers actively knew how old she was. As provided in numerous instances, many people, including the YouTuber Dorko, had wished her a happy birthday. There is no excuse Pyrocynical can make that she either obfuscated her age or that her age was not public, because many people referred to her as 14 years old. On June 20th, 2016, Lou is making her date of birth known as consistently present. Okay, sure. Calm down, dude. You're 15, not 21. Okay, cool. Yes. Sure, we know the age. In order to make the timeline easier to understand and more digestible, the rumors that Pyrocynical was dating Lou were circulating in very early 2016, meaning that the relationship was most likely ended months prior to as Lou was already referred to as an ex-girlfriend by February. As claimed by Lou, she had already started to meet up with and date Ancient Reality. Dude, fuck, I'd completely forgot about this. They dated somebody else who was a fucking adult. What was going on in this community? Is this because of the Slazzo stuff? Unironically, after the Slazzo stuff, were people just way more fucking careful? Did it become this crazy thing where they were like, well, we can't accuse anyone of anything anymore? Meme Corp, also known as Vagabond, someone who will be mentioned later, is seen referring to Lou in a message to his ex-girlfriend, who allegedly had sexual relations with when he was 19 and she was 15. He describes how a lot of people know about us, and Pyrocynical did the same thing I did, except she was 14. This adds more credibility to the fact that Lou was publicly known to be 14 at the end of 2015 and early 2016. Vagabonds, along with Snipers and Chili CSGO, were the initial people involved in the 2016 Skype GC, which was discussing the situation originally with Keemstar. That is the standard now, further exacerbated by situations like Dogpack. But is anyone looking at like Chris Tyson and sweeping for that kind of but weirdly only in the worst cases? It didn't stop with the Quite bashing or more recent MC accusations. So really we just got the worst timeline. Dude. Baron with the 5, you don't understand, Beckett. Sure, he was an adult, but he was also just a silly furry. Colossal did a funny reading of the DMs. It's all jokes. You know what? Where is this fucking podcast episode?
Before
Where's the pyro stuff?
You know, each of us and what we've been up to, because I'm sure the audience viewed the girl.
Oh, you called him a pedophile. Was he a pedophile?
I podcast on a 13-year-old French girl.
The legality argument people pull would legit justify Prince Andrew. Andrew, lol. Dude, this fucking horror show shit.
Girlfriend?
Not my girlfriend.
No.
That's Pyro's.
Are you really going to take a swing at Pyro? Jesus Christ.
I mean, I was proven right. I interviewed the girl.
Oh, you called him a pedophile. Was he a pedophile? Silence. Dead fucking silence after that.
I mean, he was. Well, dude,
so much for Keemstar being always right.
Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me? I was right. Was he or was he not in a relationship with a girl that was, I believe it came out to be 14 at the time?
He was in an E-relationship. Nothing ever happened. Nothing ever occurred.
What, with an E?
Bro. Keem dropped the ball so bad. Pyro couldn't have met with the 14-year-old at the time because he couldn't sweat. Bro.
Relationship with a 14-year-old when he was what?
I don't think she's 14.
19?
No.
No, she was. I interviewed her. We got the correct age.
He was 17.
Yeah, that's right. Because he made
No,
it.
he wasn't. No,
he was 17.
No, he wasn't.
He was 18, right? I thought, what the fuck? That's nuts. I thought people were just joking about colossal sweeping. No, buddy.
No, it wasn't. But
Keemstar is always right, guys.
not at that time.
Yes, he was.
Not at that time. He wasn't 17
Nothing
at that
ever
time.
happened. No news exchanged. Just a big nothing burger.
I.
Meanwhile,
you guys can look
Keemstar
it
is
up.
dating
Go get
someone
the-
20
go
years
to
younger
Google.
than him.
Hold on. Time
Who
out.
at the
That's
time,
not true.
at the time
That's
of
not
meeting
true.
her, still had her fucking braces in. Are you fucking kidding me? He's doing.
I
he's
mean,
doing
what's
a
wrong?
podcast
What's wrong with
currently.
someone fixing her
He's
teeth?
doing a podcast currently with Boogie2988, who is literally dating a fuck.
Bro, the what about... Like, again, it's funny because, you know, Keemstar's dating a girl 20 years younger than him who's like twice his maturity. But at the same time, I don't know if this washes, right? Like, I don't know if this is sound. Can you just be like, hey guys, what about all the shit Keemstar? Bro, how many people have got completely fucking crucified over this shit?
Fucking infant.
My girlfriend.
Not only is the age difference so disparate, has the mental age of an 8-year-old. There's no fucking way, Keem. But I can't work with
Total Nerd City domination. Thank you for the 2, Baron.
Pyrocynical, but you can work with Boogie? Are you fucking mad?
Hey.
Do you know what? Unironically, I actually kind of agree with him here. I think Keem
rehabilitating Boogie was fucking scummy. I'll just say it. I'll completely own that position. I said it at the time. I'll say it now. I think Keemstar rehabilitating Boogie, basically saving his career and like turning him into a lovable clown after like faking cancer is completely fucking crazy. It's completely like, it really does like Keem. Bro. I don't think Keem can guilt by association anybody. And I wouldn't either. I don't think like clown has to be like gets like tarred with any kind of the same brush. But it is just like, dude. What the fuck? To be fair, Boogie said last night on LolCow Live, technically I groomed Desi. Of course he fucking did.
First of all, okay, are you done with your little rant? First of all, my girlfriend is absolutely drop dead fucking gorgeous. She's 23. And she had her braces on.
20 when you met her.
She had her braces on to fix her teeth. Yeah, she turned 21 like a month after I met her.
I mean, I'm not saying it's illegal, Keem. Don't worry, I'm not calling you a pedophile. But I do find it ironic that you would take offense.
Sound like you were.
No, I'm not calling you a pedophile. I do find it ironic, however, that you would call someone like Pyrocynical a pedophile for an e-relationship with a 3-year age gap or 4-year age gap. I don't know.
Go Google it. Go Google the ages, people. Go Google the ages.
I don't know.
Find out for
I
yourself.
get confused because you got them wrong like 8 times.
The one person I knew who did that in high school ended up being a pedo who was just about to start his assistant teacher position with the age he started doing it. Dude.
Hey, in fairness,
Beckett, if I may play devil's advocate, if Keem didn't rehabilitate Boogie, then we wouldn't have Boogie falling into the water while proposing. Solid argument. Solid argument, Baron. Can't argue with you there. E-relationship where they shared porn. Is that actually confirmed? Did Pyro do that? Let's have a look through this. Okay, cool. The Pyrocynical lied about the French girl. Testified she dated Pyrocynical to cover the dynamic relationship. It's crucial to highlight how Pyrocynical successfully managed to gaslight and manipulate his easily impressionable fanbase into thinking the girl did not exist. So, yeah, it was uploaded. Many people took the allegations at face value. Then prompted Keemstar to respond angrily, with him threatening to release files on top of files. Bro. Then bring out the French girl situation on Twitter, response video and live streams. Pyrocynical then seized the opportunity. Most people believe Pyrocynical's response video as Keemstar had already tainted credibility at the time and was seen as an inconsistent and unreliable narrator of allegations. He had consistently changed the ages of the French girl and didn't develop a cohesive video on the subject, clearly illustrating to viewers that she was a real individual. Ultimately, it was easier for Pyrocynical to gain the upper hand in this situation because Keemstar at the time was making claims that were seen as baseless and out of emotion and vitriol. Keemstar was also seen as unable to take criticism. I mean, yeah, shocking. By the way, did you guys hit the goal and I completely fucking ignored you? I'm so sorry. Please enjoy the sticker. Please enjoy this sticker. You guys are fucking awesome. Thank you very much. As always, you guys are fantastic and doing a great fucking job today. Absolutely smashing it with those super chats. Much appreciated. What would I do without you? Okay. Okay. Pyrocynical was also seen claiming categorically the situation was total bullshit, despite him knowing that Keemstar had basis. Pyrocynical openly lied to his fan base still to this day. What I wanted to know is, did he send porn to the minor? This man lied about the age of the girl on 2 separate occasions, yeah. Pyrocynical is seen homing into Keem's inconsistencies. Keem was seen 2 years later on June 11, 2016, tweeting out private Twitter DM messages between Pyrocynical and the French girl. These messages will be analysed and covered more later. Okay, so he says here, like I said, I'm happy to wait for you to hit 16. Unilaterally dismissing and denying the allegations as bullshit to his fan base, which were now under the impression the entire situation was false and Keemstar was just vindictive enough to fake it all for attention to get back at Pyrocynical. However, in reality, he was dating an underage girl who was 14 at the time when he was 18. The DM exchanges between Pyrocynical and his Twitter account at the time dated to March 10th, 2016. It is clear they are looking back and referencing their past relationship. At Keemstar, I see no problem waiting for someone to reach the age of consent, and it still doesn't justify you lying about the age twice. Scientalenty. Beckett, ego stroke me so I can finish my commission. It's going to be a fucking incredible piece. The person who commissioned you is going to be super happy and pleased. I am fucking... Dude, I'm rooting for you. Based. Keep going. Keep doing it. Please make art. Join the Discord and share art there. Not stuff that's been commissioned, necessarily, actually. Things that are commissioned should go to the people you commissioned them to. Okay. Right, okay. Right, Hold on. Hold on. Isn't a message saying, like I said, I'm happy to wait for you to hit 16, kind of the definition of grooming somebody? Discord link you can find in the description of the stream. Isn't that the definition of grooming? Basically, you're going, hey, listen, we're gonna, you just have to wait a little bit, and then it will be time, okay? The French girl isn't internet chalupa like Magi-chan and Mr. Medica. Thanks for the 5, Baron. Come on, Beckett, there is a lot more specifics to grooming. Sure. I'm not saying there aren't other elements. But, I mean, the argument of, like, okay, so the pyro stuff is like building a profile, right? We're building a profile of a person's actions. It's so much worse. Keep going. Okay. I would call it grooming coded. Okay, Gamma. Grooming adjacent. Yeah, again, I think it's fine to say that saying someone's a groomer or something is a very strong accusation. You don't have to like nail yourself to that. Okay. After Keemstar posted the message as proof that the conversation did transpire between the French girl and Pyrocynical, confirming that Pyro knew that she was underage and had a relationship with her, Pyrocynical is seen shifting his entire rhetoric on Twitter, now arguing, I see no problem waiting for someone to reach the age of consent, while also deflecting the situation back to Keemstar and specifying they didn't just... Okay, yes, I can read the message. And that wasn't bad enough. Okay. It's especially worse because Pyrocynical has confirmed that he was actively waiting for an underage girl he was dating to turn legal age of consent before they engaged in a proper relationship, which is indicative of grooming. Pyrocynical's Reddit statement directly responding to the French girl situation was littered in lies. The YouTuber Toastify... Oh! The YouTuber Toastify, friend of the channel Toastify, made a video correcting the record in regards to the situation while highlighting the inconsistencies and lies in Pyrocynical's response, in which went unnoticed by many. Pyrocynical created this response knowing that it wouldn't be viewed by the majority of its fanbase, and that it would be ardently defended by members of his subreddit, who will defend him regardless. Covering and dismantling the argument that Pyrocynical pushed forward in his response is crucial in order to prove how manipulative Pyrocynical was, and how he openly lied to his audience about the situation, and openly lied about the underage girl who he was dating to get away with the situation with little to no criticism. Gamma acting like Kumo, disputing if it was grooming when it is bad regardless. Gamma is very Kumo coded. Kumo adjacent. Thank you for the 5, Baron. Okay. So, it's not about whether I'm disputing, it's whether it's wrong or not. It is wrong, but hard allegation require definitives. Yes, I agree with you. So here's one of the problems with relitigating this. Basically, everyone who covered this back in the day, a few years ago, like, are they married to their takes? I feel like they're like, if you're not married to that take, that could cause problems for quite a few people. 5 with the 2. Hope your break was good, Becca. I had a fucking great break. I had a great break. I've come back and I've basically been reading and talking non-stop for like fucking 4 hours though. This was like, dude, I feel like I've sat on a sofa all week and just eaten cake, and now somebody's like, hey, you know that fucking you know that marathon you're meant to be running? Oh, fuck me. Okay, cool. Whatever. Pyrocynical is claiming his Reddit post they were never dating and the girl was actually 15 while he was 18. These are both lies. The age gap between Pyrocynical and Lou was 4 years, 2 months. Meaning that in 2015, when Pyrocynical was 18, Lou would have been 14. Sure. Lou attests in her interview herself that Pyrocynical knew her age and that she was 14. I mean, if he knew she was underage enough to message and talk about it like this, then lol, you do it to yourself. I know. You should watch Nick's stream on this. What did Nick say? What was Diorio's take? Not that I'm gonna copy it, I'm just interested now. Am I out of step with the cabal? I feel like I've heard the take that Keemstar fucked this up plenty of times. And that's why Pyro walked away from it. Nick likely speedrunner. I remember him mentioning he didn't plan to read the whole thing. He went over Turkey Tom's Google Doc. Interesting. Legitimately curious what Nick had to say. Yeah, me too. I mean, Nick knows this situation far better than me. You've got to, like, for those of you who, like, may disagree with some of my takes, you got to remember, I'm coming to the Pyro stuff relatively fresh. I did not follow this drama when it happened. I wasn't actually around when this drama happened. I don't think I was anyway. I think I was off the internet. This all occurred during my hiatus. Nick hasn't streamed about this yet because he has COVID. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I remember hearing he had COVID. Okay, this is just the transcript. I don't care. Because it's all testimony. Nick hasn't covered it. Thank you, Baron, with the 2. And ironically, you're getting a much better entrance to this than when it first occurred. Where's my favorite elf? Hey, Seska, don't worry. I will be playing Final Fantasy tomorrow. I might actually stream. I will probably do a Final Fantasy stream. Okay, so I will probably do a Final Fantasy stream tomorrow with some friends. But I also might do another members Final Fantasy stream later tonight as well. Okay, because I've really missed playing. I haven't been able to play it till while I've been away. Diorio getting long COVID from Tyler Lorenz. Thank you for the 2, Baron. Fucking hell. I will stream with you if you'd like. Yeah, that sounds based. Sounds based. We should have Arcani with us as well, and I'll do it in my Discord so other people can jump in. And we'll do stuff. Okay, cool. On the beta podcast, we just had a look at this. Keemstar has heard bring up the Pyrocynical situation. Sure, we just watched that. Colossal is trying to downplay the age gap and make it online relationships seem less disparaging. Claims that Pyrocynical was 17 when they dated. Okay. No nudes were exchanged, completely avoiding the fact that Pyrocynical was seen stating to Lou that he would be happy to wait for it to turn legal age. Okay, here's a genuine take. I think the French girl stuff is only really strong if there is evidence of Pyro sending pornography to a minor. Now, again, I think it's enough to like, I think for me, and it'd be enough to be like, I want nothing to do with this guy. Like, dude, that's fucking weird as fuck. It's a line for me. I said this with the doc stuff. I'm just like, that's weird. That's too weird. That's too far. Dude, fuck off. But like,
I can understand the argument of you need something like pretty strong for these strong accusations. I would actually argue that due to the detachments of reality and thus empathy, asexual relationships like this with the wide age gap are much more dangerous than IRL instances. I think you can make that argument. I don't know if I'd make that argument. But I think it's case dependent, which is why I want to see the DMs. Right? Especially when someone should be aware of their actions. Is there also an argument here as well that, like, dude, like, growing up with the internet fucks people up? I feel like I knew better than this, though. Like, I feel like I'd know this was weird. I don't know. Then I didn't grow up on the internet in the same way, I suppose. I was actually out drinking and having fun. Oh, okay. Colossal is seen stating that Keemstar should not have called Pyrocynical a predator over a 3-year age gap. I mean, I'd agree with this, actually. I'd agree with this. Like, the claim becomes so much more serious. I think there's actually a really strong argument for downplaying accusations. Because here's the thing. You can present accusations in a video or in a stream or in whatever, and if you overplay your hand, that's when, like, you're going to have issues, because then you're going to be dealing. But if you underplay, even against what you know, the audience will fill the gaps in anyway. This is pure, like, and dude, this is like pure manipulative optics cuckery. Like, I will fully own that. But there is truth to it. And I think the mistake a lot of people make is overplaying their hand. And that's what, then it allows people to walk. I said this with the jar stuff. Plenty of people with jar stuff is people overplaying the hand, and then he gets to walk away because no one cares about the other fucking stuff that's happened. They're just like, well, you accused him of this really serious thing, which is a lie. I would argue that IRL is worse. I'm sorry, but as someone who was victimized IRL and online, IRL telephonies me to the point where I'd throw up from stress, but I'm heavily biased. Yeah, I think they're difficult to compare. I think they're difficult to compare, and this is why I say case by case. But I think that's reasonable. Niall is an old Irish name. Okay, yeah. But we are going for the law that he was named after a river. I'm sorry. Right, okay. Anyway, sure. Let's read these messages. I don't know what imply means. I'm not saying Mick shouldn't trust you. I'm just saying you done to me like telling Notify and Cobait I left you for fame. I don't like how you use me to get infos from Notify. That seems to be a running theme here, which isn't true. Nah, I meant you left to keep your channel safe because you didn't want to be seen as a pedo. Not because you have 600k subs, lol. Keep. And I understand you wouldn't like to be seen that way. No one would want to, and don't worry, I regret what I did. Okay, you have no proof I left you for fame. What are you on about? What? You literally message me nearly daily now talking about how I left you for subs. Like the most generic argument ever with no points. I don't know, didn't you read? Everyone pulls the you left for... Who cares? What? Let's be fair. We were only talking for 2 weeks, so it wasn't like a lifetime relationship anyways. Okay, yeah, sure. Like, Pyro's referring it to as a relationship. Now, as you can see in the DMs, I say the word relationship once. This girl who I was talking to was going through a rough patch at the time. I supported her. I respect her privacy, so I won't go into detail, but in conclusion, she was appreciative of my support and had very few people to talk to. Oh, dude. Good guy Pyro. Good guy Pyro over here. I was just trying to help. Dude. I think it's the many examples of all these being 14 to 16-year-olds that it's more than a little concerning. So one of the arguments I'd probably make, not like specifically about Pyro, but it's more of like an overall argument. When you've got content creators who have very young fan bases, whose content is geared towards younger people, and they are interacting with those fans, I think that you've got much stronger arguments that that content creator is in some way being like deeply neglectful. Whereas like with me, if you got DMs of me talking to like someone who turned out to be, I don't know, 16 or something, and to be clear, I don't goon in DMs. I don't have any shit like this. But here is like a very basic thing. I would not expect anyone DMing me to be under the age of 18. I just wouldn't expect it. And actually, I think I saw somebody in chat. I'm not going to name them. But somebody in chat, like this was during the Saberspark stuff. They messaged me to ask me to unmembers the stream because they wanted to watch it, and they were like, look, I really want to see this stream. Is it okay if you unmembers it just this once? And they said, oh, I'm going to school, so I can't watch it at the moment. And I was like, yeah, sure, I'll unmembers it, but I want to be really clear about something. Are you over the age of 18? Because you shouldn't be watching my content if you're not, and I will remove you from my Discord. And they said, yeah, don't worry. Like, when I say school, I'm at university. But I checked. I saw something. I thought that was a bit concerning as a thing to say, and I checked it. Like, I think that's really basic. But generally speaking, if people DM me, I assume they are, like, over 18. Especially if they're in my Discord, because everyone should be aware of the rules. And I know that's a little bit of a trust thing. But anyone who's turned out to be younger than that gets kicked. And even I still fucking chat. I don't just assume or like bury my head in the sand. And this is like this is just a conversation. This is just a conversation about someone asking me to leave a stream up. How the fuck are you doing this with sexual conversations with people? My argument is that since Pyro was a commentary channel covering bad actors, he should know better than to go around doing what most commentary people would criticize for. Yes. The case for grooming. The act of Pyro waiting for Luan to turn 16, then engage in a proper relationship. Okay, yeah, sure. I vaguely agree with this. I think it needs more. I really like, again, ooh, there's a Nicholas Diorio tweet. Pyrocynical dodged dressing the situation. After Toastify's video came out highlighting the 14-year-old French girl situation and cover-up, Nicholas Diorio made a tweet addressing the response. Pyrocynical's subreddit had to the situation, where members of the subreddit show a tweet made by Lou defending Pyrocynical in 2021, and then use it as an attempt to completely discredit Toastify's video by bringing up a strawman point, to which they urge Niall to address and debunk. The problem being the fact that it was Toastify never made the claim that Pyrocynical knew the abuse that Ancient Reality was inflicting on Lou. The subreddit was actively creating false pretenses to then collectively disregard the points made by... Shocking. A subreddit that was dishonest? A subreddit that was dishonest? What should we do, chat? And how unbelievable. I've never seen the like. The top upvoted comment today from Pyro's subreddit is a post intending to clear Pyro of an allegation the video goes out of its way not to make. Lou clearly stated Niall had no knowledge of the self-harm and abuse in Toastify's video. Okay, sure. I've been reading what people have been saying online. I don't fault the video's intention here, but you can't deny the result. Many people actively thought exactly what that screenshot now disproves. It is on those people, but I'm still glad to see the subreddit posted it. I think people are concerned Pyro knew the age of both parties and turned a blind eye to dating. I'd rather not believe he would turn a blind eye to an older member of his circle dating a minor whom he knew, so I am waiting, hoping to hear that he didn't know any of this. We will talk about it on the podcast. I don't want to speak too much for him yet, but I asked him the other day and he said he didn't know the age of Ancient Pedo and assumed he was the same age. This caused Colossal Crazy to reply in defense of the subreddit, to which Nicholas Diorio replies he would be willing to hear Pyro's side of the response. What speaks volumes, however, was that despite Colossal Crazy claiming that Pyrocynical would address the situation in depth on the TBH podcast, this never actually ended up transpiring. Pyrocynical went on to completely ignore the situation and just left the fans to deflect criticisms away from himself and onto ancient reality, despite the fact that Pyrocynical has exhibited concerning behavior in the situation too. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, that's not a good start. Bro. Dude, obviously I hate hearing sweeping allegations, okay? I hate sweeping allegations. But Colosso directly looks like he's just doing damage control. This doc is from Parlo? Yeah. And it's awful. Pyrocynical covered for an alleged child rapist. Bro. Fucking, what am I reading? Okay, someone tell me where the new allegations are. Where are the new allegations? Oh. He was 19, the minor was 15. As discussed earlier, one of the original accusers of Pyrocynical was forwarded the information to Keemstar was Vagabonds, an old friend of Niall and one of the 3 members present on Skype who broke the situation regarding Luan. Rather hypocritically, however, was the fact that Vagabonds himself had alleged allegations in regards to an apparent sexual relationship with a 15-year-old girl when he was 19. Jesus. Page 169. Okay, we're almost there anyway. Okay. I don't really want to litigate someone else's allegations. Page 394. Right. I don't want to litigate somebody else's allegations when I don't know the context and I don't know what Pyro would deny. And this is kind of a problem as well. Did Pyro know about ancient reality is a fucking legitimate question, but like, unless you can prove this, it's irrelevant. And I'm really not sure you can. Fuck, am I running out of cigarettes? I am running out of cigarettes. Okay. Pyro stated verbatim in his own words that on his own volition he won't make it public, meaning by definition he knew that a popular YouTuber and Twitch streamer who had many underage fans and access to these children raped an underage girl significantly younger than himself, and yet would keep his name anonymous and not call him out despite the danger he may pose. Pyrocynical is seen stating himself that he chose not to make Vagabonds and other members of the Skype group's name public, and he didn't want the situation to turn into a game of whodunit, despite the fact that he quite literally just showed the medical records of the victim proving they were taken advantage of and raped by a reasonably large YouTuber. Choose not to edit. I chose not to name the individual involved. Please don't turn the comments into guessing game. Later I was sent information that this individual allegedly meeting up with a girl who was 15 at the time and having sex with her when he was 19. I confronted him about this and he said how even though I have information he allegedly had sex with a minor, I won't make it public. Even though he was actively participating in the Skype group spewing misinformation about me, which he himself admitted was not true. On top of that, I have his ex telling me that she has medical proof she was sexually active in January 2015, which was the time the two were in a relationship together. Okay. I'm gonna sweep for Pyro. I'm actually gonna sweep for Pyro just slightly. Unless this person is prepared to come forward and like give Pyro that information, because like in this he's just like I have his ex telling me she has medical proof. Unless you have hard evidence for this, I currently, especially with the stuff that was currently going on with Pyro and the accusation being leveled against him, like
I can understand why Pyro wouldn't come forward and make the allegations public himself. I actually can understand that. I don't think he was in a position to. And I don't know. It's like you can criticize it on a moral or ethical level, but like just from dude, how would he even do that? Because if he comes out and goes, this person who came after me has their own allegations, here are the allegations, it would just restart things and probably no one would believe him. Like, it's a really rough situation. I'd need to know, like, that we need way more fucking information. Probably tell other people. That's about it. Direct them to somebody else. But I'm not sure that I would, like, crucify Pyro for not going out and making a video on it immediately, especially with what was going on with him. Especially if you just had testimony. I think I don't want this to get like, oh, dude. I feel like so much of this doc is like redundant sections. Thanks, Lanza. Much appreciated, bro. I'm just trying to be fair. Okay. From regarding the victims, many victims of Pyrocynical are afraid to come out about the abuse they have faced due to a plethora of reasons. Mainly the fact that Niall's fanbase have brutally harassed, lied, and defamed Ivory after his initial allegations. Sure, I can completely believe that. Twitter user Daisy Corpse is seen stating in October that due to the response Ivory received coming out about Pyrocynical's accusations, the victims she is in contact with are too scared to come out and will probably remain silent. Some affected simply left the internet, continued on with life, putting their experiences with Niall behind them in the case of Trippy Fox. Others lost a lot of evidence to time, as there was a golden rule against leaking private and personal DMs. The actions of doing so was often frowned upon. Additionally, due to Skype having wiped old messages, it is often very hard to retrieve old messages, especially on Discord too if their accounts have been banned. Sure. But again, that doesn't help. That doesn't help. You can't be like, hey guys, there's loads of victims. There's so many. Guys, there are so many victims and they're just terrified. Okay, that doesn't help. That doesn't help. Because like that's one of those fucking open-ended statements. So I want to know what I can fucking see. Right? Popular Twitter furry artist Iglo Fella made a tweet discussing one of the alleged victims of Niall who had contacted them in DMs. Okay, these DMs are anonymous account to go over. Okay, then I can't do anything with them. They're in a Skype group with Pyrocynical and other artists in 2016. What ensued was Pyrocynical allegedly asking them to create furry fat fetish content. I mean, potentially, but then, you know, you've got no way to know whether they knew the ages, nothing like that. Sasku is also seen attesting that if he messaged another person Niall allegedly RP'd with, if he could get access to their old Skype logs for proof. However, also attested that Skype didn't keep the logs prior to sometime in 2017 unless you save them on the same device. Yeah, that is true. Hollow works with the UTTP. What the fuck? Oh, I'd heard this. I don't know if it's true, though. Baron with the 2. These are the victims of Cameron Gerard Davis. Leviathans are coming. No confidential accusers. Let them come out and say it with their own voice. Yes. Couldn't agree more. Pyrocynical is seen stating that just one victim coming out scared him because he could trigger a chain reaction of other people coming out to him in response. Niall affirmed in his response video that the reaction he said was because he was aware he was always anxious and afraid of his degenerate fetishes being known to everyone. However, by peeling back the layers of his actions, you can clearly see that he was afraid of the ramifications and consequences from those he affected, many having been minors. When a woman came out alleging Pyro sexually messaged them when they were 15 and he was 19, instead of people supporting her, they harassed her, belittled the situation, and immediately discredited her as someone who was desperate for attention. Okay, we're gonna go down. Okay, this is all, well, the people don't have evidence. Okay, right. As Ida stated herself, he does that to everyone. Yeah, so, I mean, again, this is largely what I've heard through the grapevine of people who know Pyro, is like, he will just do this with anyone. Anyway, okay. Pink, 15 to 6-year-old boy. Pink censored for their privacy. I'm tired. I don't care anymore what happens to me or anyone else will never believe me. I can't keep it anymore. It hurts so much. I never came out about it sooner because, to me, I thought it was normal. And that's when I realized it wasn't. It was too late. When I was around 15, 16, I had sexual conversations with Pyrocynical, a popular YouTuber. Is there any evidence for this? I know this alone won't convince anyone. I don't have screenshots. So I can't do anything. I was hypersexual, mentally ill teenager who barely knew how to converse. Okay. On January 20th, 2016, came out claiming they were allegedly taken advantage of. Posted protected. The final tweet that described how Pyrocynical allegedly never told them to stop, and that they would have been around 19 to 20 time, followed up by showing the fetish artwork they apparently made for Pyro being of his dragon and fox Sona. They were blurred as they were not safe for work. It was an archive screenshot provided. Okay. A Tumblr page, their age was present. That doesn't help. There's no reason why Pyro would know this. Assault 16-year-old minor. Yeah, okay. Anything like this, we're just putting down in the column as weak. Very weak. Assault, who went by the Twitter alias Assault, was a commentary orbiter who was associated with Dolan Dark, Solid Sheep, and Pyrocynical himself. He was often seen engaging in Discord servers where members of Pyrocynical's friend circle were. Assault was seen in VCs with Sive and Chill CSGO, who were both close associated with Nile. He was also seen in the same Discord server as Colossal is Crazy and I Am Alex. Okay, so somebody with a decent sort of connection around the community. Heard she liked... What's this? Replying to Assault. Okay. Heard she likes underage boys, so you might have a shot. What the fuck? Please forgive Ashcorp. He's only 15 and he knows he fucked up. No reason why Pyro would have known this from these. It was public knowledge that Assault was a minor in the comment community with their date of birth. Okay. Sure, I mean, you can make that argument if you've got common knowledge, but again, what was the communication? Effectively meant there was 3-year... Oh, dude, I don't care about the fucking age gap, bro. It's killing me. Okay, Assault was mentioned briefly by Ivory in DMs. Ivory is seen stating that they were the only person... that he wasn't the only person affected by Niall's actions, and there was a bunch of other people. Ida states a response like who? In response, Ida is seen casting doubt on whether Niall actually engaged in sexual discussions with Assault, but does not deny the fact that Assault was 50. Okay, in response, Ida is seen casting doubt on whether Niall actually engaged in sexual discussions with fetish discussions with Assault, but does not deny the fact that Assault was 15, or at least a minor during the time, nor the idea that Niall ever actively engaged in private conversations and messages with Pyrocynical, only that he had a hard time believing Niall slid into their DMs, asking about inappropriate fetish-based topics. I mean, wait, hold on. If Pyrocynical was doing this with everyone, why the fuck wouldn't he? What? Surely you would. Surely that would make sense. Furthermore, it can be seen that Ivory stated how immoral it was for the popular YouTuber to be discussing fetishes. Wait, hold on. Yeah, sure. Okay. Pyrocynical, the end of the Pyrocynical assault was quite mean. You just say, okay, again, show me something. Pyrocynical is seen referencing a video Assault had on his YouTube channel, so he's fully aware of what he sounded like, and it's beyond any reasonable doubt that he had direct connections to another and spoke to each other. Dude, I got a killer Sullivan King cloak though. What are we doing? Friend of mine is not taking the Pyro news well. Dude. Too much of this is weak. Do you need this? Isn't isn't the strongest thing here like the French girl stuff and maybe the Ivory stuff with the like fucking with the DMs? I feel like that's the strongest thing here, and I'm kind of questioning as why you'd need other stuff. Hmm. Okay. What are you drinking? Coca-Cola. Okay, now it's something you made a lot of fan art. This is all fan art stuff. Fine. Okay, look, dude. Right, let's go on to the next one. Unless there's I want there to be DMs, not just assumptions. Another person who would come out detailing their alleged experience with Nile was a user named Abortion ASMR, hell of a fucking name, who claimed that they were 15. They engaged in sexual messages in regards to furry fetish porn when he was 19. Keep in mind these allegations came out 11 months before Ivory's initial call-out tweet in November 2020. This tweet was eventually removed by the original poster as she was being harassed by Pyrocynicals fans who called her a clout chaser and attempted to invalidate and discredit her experiences. Screenshots of Pyrocynical sexting me gassy furry porn when I was 15 and he was 19. Ooh, okay. As shown in the Twitter DM chat logs provided by Abortion, in their original call-out tweet, it shows her messages with Pyrocynical when he went by the Twitter alias Sheriff with a Kelpie G profile picture. OMF. Wait, don't I have you on Skype? This matches exactly with the profile picture and Twitter account name he had during September early October. CSGO is actually the worst game. Blah blah blah. Okay. So he sends some like fetish art. I wouldn't refer to that as like pornography, though I will censor it. Cute. Volt, do you actually like thick fur stuff? Why do you not believe me? Oh woo. Oh my OMF. Wait, don't I have you on Skype? No. Oh shit, what is it? I'll add you. Don't judge, but it's and mad something or other 3, I can't read it. Added you. Twitter DMs between Pyrocynical and Abortion ASMR. They took place September 2016. There's another age calculator thing. Fantastic. Love it. And then some Skype logs, which are frankly too small for me to read. Okay. Style is so surprised. I think find the stuff, to be honest. Yeah, okay. And then sharing some stuff. What the fuck is that? What is this Pyro in the fucking chat? Oh, okay. So they've actually added the text. What the fuck? Okay, I didn't even realize it looked like a fuck. I thought this was a live stream. It's like chat on the side. You're into thick, like no meme. I can send you some, sure, but like it depends. Chubby is cuter. Yeah, so this is Pyro engaging with another sort of 15-year-old. Wait, did they know the age? Did they know the age? Seen by these messages, an account which claims Pyrocynical is consistently seen asking a 15-year-old girl at times specific fetishes. Okay. We've also seen when Ivory came out. Okay. But did he know the age? is seen posting an image of what they come to Pyrocynical Skype profile of 2019, full image. Okay. For anyone asking for more proof, here's the first person on Twitter saying they have Pyro on Skype still. Sure. Skype account shows an alleged 12-year-old victim matches identically to the account abortion ASMR showed in their original 2019 call-out tweet. With the same Skype tag and profile picture, the account shows Iglofiller's tweet also shows that the account's name was changed from Abdul to Pyro, reference of course. Pyrocynical added significantly more credibility to a... Okay, sure. Did they know the age? I can't even tell what the fuck this is. It's like a feeder fetish thing. Looks like a feeder fetish thing. Okay, the only issue this is has blah blah. If Pyro knew she was 15, yeah. Yeah, it means nothing without that. And I can't see anything here. Hold on a second. Let me scroll through again. Is there anything here? I mean, their ages on Twitter? I can't see anything here that would, like, confirm that. Okay, sorry, I'm just scrolling through, and he's, like, talking about, oh, well, you know, fucking statistically improbable that it's not Pyro. It doesn't matter. Oh my fucking god, this is so autistic. Yay! Atozy makes an appearance. Friend of the channel, Atozy. Fucking hell. Dude. What? Oh, dude. I don't think I care. Mubo's 14-year-old. Okay, well, not as much proof is openly available as the aforementioned situation. The case of Mubo's is rather concerning. The segment will touch on allegations that Pyrocynical allegedly commissioned a 14-year-old boy to create fetishistic pornographic. Dude. Dude. This is all over the place. This is actually all over the place. I thought the second half of the document, as we got further into it, would be better, but it's actually worse. It's actually worse. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, chat. Okay, we're gonna pause. Chat, how are you feeling? Because, like, I'm like, sure, Pyro's a degenerate and clearly careless. Obviously careless. I'd also, like, happily argue the fact that, like, he got away with this by internet standards. Like, not talking about the legality, not talking about anything else, just talking about, like, the standards we all have on the internet and have for ages. Pyro got the fuck away with it, frankly. But hold on. Illustrator was once well known that Mubos was a minor, with people being openly specifying his age in private. But does Pyro know? Does Pyro ever interact with something where it's like... Pyro was also seen having liked their tweets, proving that he was actively viewing and engaging with their content. The screenshot was taken on 6th of October 2016, when Pyrocynical's Twitter account did have the name Sheriff. When the screenshot was taken, Pyrocynical was 19 and Mubo's was 14. Link to the video. Okay. Pyrocynical is then seen having featured art created by Mubos on his YouTube persona on his YouTube. This proves they did have contact and Pyrocynical did use art from them. What? So, but, okay. Dude. I'm gonna crash out. It is especially important to establish the fact that Mubos was a minor creating suggestive and pornographic art for consumption, yet nonetheless, Pyrocynical is seen openly commissioning her for art of his character and featuring it inside his videos. What? is seen openly commissioning her for art of his character and featuring it inside his videos. He wasn't dissuaded by any possible ramifications that came out from engaging with a minor who created not safe for work art. Well, if Pyro is not the one... Okay, fuck me. If Pyro is not the one commissioning the not safe for work art, why does it matter? Like, he's not there to police the 14-year-old. That's not his job. Fuck me. Show me him commissioning pornography from somebody he is actively in some way acknowledging is a minor. Mood Boost had come out in 2019 claiming that in 2017 they were 15 and the YouTuber Shadkull had behaved inappropriately to him and asked for feet pics. He was 18. Who cares? Why is that relevant? Why is that relevant, bro? Okay, tell me, who disagrees with me? Am I missing something here? Is there something like that just should be obvious to like a normal person? This seems fucking mental. Made a response video clarifying, going over the entire situation. Why is that relevant to... Why is that relevant to Pyro? Why is that relevant to Pyrocynical? Tweet provided by Iglo Feller. He shows the Discord message of a friend who alleged anonymous victim. God. Pyrocynical sent porn to a 15-year-old friend. Okay, I'm gonna bring up the fucking curtain again. November 2016, a user named Cat with the Omac made a tweet showing private Twitter messages with Pyrocynical in 2015, showing how allegedly Pyrocynical had sent them furry pornography. Pyro acknowledges in these message exchanges that it's inherently sexual by references. Okay. Turk is open about their age. God, this is why Pyro gets away with it. This is why Pyro gets away with it, because like you're showing the first thing you should establish is Pyro acknowledging somebody's age. Pray for retarded enemies. Okay, listen, it's half past. It's half past. I'm tired. I'm tired. We're on page 224. Okay. On page 224. I hate everything right now. And I'm gonna pause here. I'm gonna unwrap some stuff. I'm gonna sort some things. And then we are going to probably, well, we'll stream tomorrow. I need a cigarette. God, it's fun to be back. Raid us into ops, yeah. Yeah, I will do. I will send you over to op block. Why does op block never come up? There we go. Who else is live at the moment? Has everyone had fun? Are you glad I've returned? Don't worry. Don't worry. We're going to get to some fun doodle tone stuff soon. Might come back to this document. Is it over? Pretty much, yeah, Gilded. It's over. I got some stuff to deal with. I will be back tomorrow. Firstly, for all of you who turned up today, please enjoy this star. Very personal additional star for all of you. Thank you so much. Good to be back. I missed you all. This has been incredibly painful. I have a headache now. I have more videos in the works. I have more videos in the works. I have more things coming. We're going to do some fun stuff. I will see you either later today for a gaming stream. Like, we'll do like one in the middle of the morning or like fucking like 3 a.m. or some shit. Or I'll see you tomorrow. Or maybe both. But for now, please go and hang out with Opblock. Give him my regards. Make sure he's actually reacting to the FCK properly like a decent content creator. And I will catch you guys next time. Thank you so much as always. Peace.